Welcome everybody to the Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We are live once again. Wildfires rage out of control in Los Angeles. Have you guys seen the extent at which they've lost control of these fires? If Tel Aviv was burning every year and dozens of Israeli citizens were dying in the fires, do you think we could suddenly find a couple $1 billion to bury all the power lines and stop them from happening? I mean, I honestly think it's because Americans are just stupid. And like, the rich are the ones currently losing their homes. You know, rich motherfuckers are losing their homes right now because guess what? When you don't provide for the collective, even though you're really wealthy, you lose everything. Because even a very individually wealthy person is nothing compared to all of us working collectively for each other's interest, for the common interest.
Wherever the story is, we'll take you there.
These fires are just burning out of control. You heard what it sounded like explosions there in the hills of the Pacific Palisades.
Let's get into it.
But it's also happening in the valleys and the home of the Rose Parade, Pasadena. Joining us now is Trisha Consentino. She is a Pacific Palisades resident and had to evacuate her home. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is a really difficult time. When did you realize you were in serious danger and had to get out?
Well, actually, Sarah, my husband and I were taking a walk and we saw the smoke before, maybe 15 minutes before the fire department even.
Chat, Marvel Rivals has the Marvel's Rivals Hero Squad has heard about the fires in Southern California, and they're telling the president.
Mr. President, what is it? Green Goblin is attacking New York City. What? He's causing mass destruction right now. Should we alert Spider-Man?
No! Send $50 billion to Israel right now!
Mr. President.
All right, chat. Another $8 billion for Israel. Woo!
Was on site. So in the beginning, we really, we get these fires, they happen. And we were being looky-loos. We were videotaping and we weren't getting any cell service where we were. When we started walking back to the house, we could see all of the smoke suddenly, and we started to run because we knew it had gotten much worse very quickly. We got home, we were getting evacuation orders. We live in the Highlands, which is a canyon community in Pacific Palisades. There's one road going in and out. Which is very precarious. And although we were being told to evacuate, we were also being blocked by the road by police. It was very confusing. And we decided to risk it and to drive past the police. And it was so unbelievable. The canyon was on fire that I ended up turning back with my son and going back home because we felt we might be safer back at home. And then an hour later, things just kept getting worse, and we made the decision to try once more.
We're looking at some of the pictures and the videos that you took, Trisha, and they're remarkably scary when you see the fire almost surrounding you as you're trying to get out. Do you know what's happened to your home?
We went to bed around 1 a.m. yesterday. I think, shockingly, although the fire started in the Highlands, I think our community is mostly okay. It went down and headed into town, which has never, ever happened before. So I think
Mr. President, what is it? Green Goblin is attacking New York City.
What?
He's causing mass destruction right now. Should we alert Spider-Man?
No! Send $50 billion to Israel right now!
Mr. President.
It was okay, but I have a business in the village that I do not think made it. There are a lot of businesses owned by residences that are gone.
Can you tell me what you experienced as you talked about trying to leave, and I am familiar with the Highlands and how tight it is just trying to get out of any hills, but this is particularly precarious. Can you describe what was going on around you, what you were hearing and experiencing with the wind and as the fire is just raging?
You know, when we first entered the canyon, it looked clear and it's a bit of an S. The first time we went, we actually picked up a young man who was just walking through the canyon. He worked in the neighborhood, and I made him get in my car. And as we turned a corner, the plumes of smoke were just billowing up the road. There was burnt ash. There were flames on either side of us. The car was very quickly getting smoky. We had wet towels over our faces. And the cars ahead of us were not moving. There's also all of this debris had fallen on the road. There were rocks and small boulders. So that first attempt, I realized if I can't see, I might get caught.
Chat,
the second time we went down.
Chat, I made a tweet. This is a very boring interview, so we're closing this one. But I made a tweet while we were listening to it called, Mr. President, what is it? Wildfires are raging out of control in Los Angeles. 100-mile-per-hour winds are feeding the fires and authorities are overwhelmed. Should we send in the National Guard? Send another $50 billion to Israel right now! Never gets old, baby. Outside our window, it's close, but we're safe for now and wind is blowing away from us. Hassan for sure is hoping the fire takes out my computer. Ethan, we're not worried about your computer, man. We know that you have that shit backed up 80 times. Like, we know that your psychotic, obsessive posting is backed up on 8 different cloud servers, okay? Like, but I think that if you sue more people on the H3 Snark Reddit, subreddit, people will start liking you again. I think you're just about to flip the script. People are just about to find you funny again. All right. Let's keep. We're doing our wildfire coverage today, chat, because this is, you know, a lot of people are like, oh man, look at this. This is climate change. And yeah, it is climate change. That's absolutely true, right? You know, the way that weather patterns have been altered. It's warmer in LA in December than it normally is in the winter. You know, it's dry. There was heavy rain the last 2 winters that has built up excessive vegetation, and there's all sorts of issues that have been exacerbated by the climate system, right? What is the other issue? What caused these fires? Well, what caused these fires is the fact that we have an infrastructure that was built in 1901 with above ground power lines that have trees growing right into them. And then when there's a windstorm in about 5 dozen places in the city, trees and brush falls onto the power lines, causes them to spark and set off fires everywhere. Whereas if the government had actually, and the stupid utility monopoly that makes billions every year had just, you know, buried the power lines, invested in the power, you know, generation system, and actually, you know, protected the community, we wouldn't be seeing these massive wildfires caused by wind.
Been in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance. And these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance.
Well, the one thing I know is that should have had that fire insurance. What do you want us to do about it? That sounds like socialism. 75 years of land appreciation in Southern California. Oof, that house is probably worth a pretty penny.
You're out. When these conditions might get better, what are we seeing right now?
I wonder what property taxes they were paying, chat. You know what I mean? Because the property taxes are fixed on when you bought the house. So the house is probably worth like what, 10 mil? And they were paying property taxes on it like it was a $20,000 house. I wonder why there wasn't any money to protect them. I mean, like, listen, I should do the thing where I'm like going after, you know, the insurance company for being scum and everything. But like, you know, at a certain point, okay, this one's a banger, Mike. Your automobile insurance is up 73%. Vote for Trump. I'll cut that number in half. Property taxes too, please. Does anyone have access to private firefighters to protect our home in Pacific Palisades? They need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses burning. We'll pay any amount. Thank you. Bro, do you actually think firefighters can stop these fires? Do you think there's some sort of magic market? You know, this is what happens when capitalist extremists run into reality. Do you think there's like some private firefighters just sitting there to swoop in and protect only your property and put their own lives in risk and die because the fire overwhelms them. Like, what are you doing? Are you insane? Like, are you okay?
John, the next few hours are absolutely critical in West LA County. And just going back to what Natasha experienced and what Stephanie was describing with regards to how quickly these fires spread under these types of conditions. The palm trees that are notorious to Southern California, here's one burning out of control. But look at the incredible amount of wind that's not only shaking this vehicle, but taking those embers and quickly spreading them across the road, starting and igniting additional what we call spot fires. This is the moment that the Palisades fire erupted yesterday, and you can see the direction of the wind with the smoke plume just emanating out into the open of the Pacific Ocean. Here's what I'm concerned about as it stands right now, the immediate threat. You're looking at West LA County and the Palisades fire. The area that's burned is right here. You can see some of the topography. These are actually buildings, homes, residents, apartments, businesses. This is a canyon right here. And with the video I showed you just a moment ago, you can imagine the winds whipping up and over these canyons.
Oops, did support any public insurance pool, any infrastructure investment or conservation forestry investment, and now I lost my $15 million home. Well, just because they were wise enough to purchase a house in Southern California in 1950, and you're going to tell me that they don't deserve to have infinite subsidized public services with no taxes for 75 years? How dare you, you fucking you're some sort of bigot. I haven't figured it out yet.
Into the valleys below, taking the embers, spreading them, and starting additional spot fires. You can see one there. There's another one. That is how quickly and how rapidly that this will spread. So what we've got right now is this northerly component to the wind. If we start to see what's called a backing of the wind to more of a north-northwest, that would put...
So the houses that are burning are probably like at least $5 to $10 million each. Because if it's right on Pacific Coast Highway, like... Now, the houses are not worth that. The land is still going to be worth that, chat, so don't worry too much, okay? Don't worry too much. It's going to be burned down to a cinder, but don't worry, their little lot will still be worth a few mil because it's all land value, all right? So don't worry about it too much.
More of Western LA County at threat, so more residential area, more densely populated areas. There is some relaxing of the winds forecast later this afternoon, but then again with Santa Ana winds, they will pick up overnight and into tomorrow morning. As we typically see with Santa Ana wind events, they peak right around the dawn hours.
This is brand new video just in. Remarkable.
I feel bad for the animals.
Footage. You can see the flames.
Listen, I feel terrible for the fire. I think this sucks. This is terrible. Like, it really is terrible to see this. And, I know I'm being cynical and being bitter, but it's just like, these are some of the communities with people that have fought tooth and nail against public services, that have watched firefighters be defunded, and it is what it is. This is what it looks like when your society doesn't function. And this is the wages of having a centrist Democratic Party. Right? Like a centrist Democratic Party that's more oriented toward short-term political advantage and cozying up to money. They don't build the basic infrastructure and hardening that we need as a society. And it's like, this happens every year. I only feel bad for the poor people and animals. I mean, I feel bad for everybody who gets caught in a fire, right? Like, that's a horrible thing to happen. Did you see Ethan's Panama Canal take?
I didn't like Jimmy Carter though, because at the time, because he gave our work to get the Panama Canal back to the people of Panama.
Okay, now I gotta stop this right here. What the fuck is she talking about? Yes, I know that Jimmy Carter signed a treaty to return the Panama Canal back in 1999, right? Like 20 years after his presidency was over. But she's legitimately saying that people like what? Isn't this something that Trump said that was just totally bullshit? And I assume that all the very intelligent staffers at H3H3 are going to immediately correct this and be like, no, it was the, out of control inflation and the Arab oil embargo and the disastrous Iran hostage crisis. Like, that's the things that people were talking about, not the Panama Canal Treaty.
So like he's basically sacrificed his political career to do so.
What? That's what Trump said? Okay, she's quoting Trump, right? She's quoting Trump, right? She has to be quoting Trump. Nobody could actually have this opinion, right? This has to be a quoting of Trump, right? 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 Please, right?
And what do we get from that exactly?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he's doing something that's helping people, but
No. What did we get from it?
From giving back the Panama Canal?
Yeah, what did we get out of it?
Peace of mind that we gave the people that live there.
That's why he's fucking dead and nobody cares.
He gave away the Panama Canal?
Yeah, dude, imagine all the fucking income, all the revenue.
Trump is trying to reverse that.
Well, it's a little late for that now. Now we can't just go take it back like give backs.
Yeah, it's not a great look, is it?
I don't think that's a possibility that he can go take the canal back.
Well, anything is possible with God.
You'd have to like do a military takeover, which would be insane. There had to be more to it than that. Just altruism. He gave it back out of respect for.
Wow, I can't believe Ethan is having a hard time with ethics and morals and doing the right thing and decolonization and self-determination of a people. I can't believe Ethan's having trouble understanding the idea of like mutual respect and not colonizing and taking land and like using military force just because you're stronger. He's having trouble with might not making right. That's odd.
Pandemonium, sovereignty.
I guess he's got the Wikipedia out. We've got a Destiny level self-education happening. This is what you see on the H3H3 Comedy Hour.
Mm-hmm. Improving U.S. Latin American relations, strategic long-term stability, negotiated treaty terms, outline the gradual transfer of the canal, yada, 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 moral, ethical, boring, snooze. Wow. He did it for all the wrong reasons. Can you imagine a president at any modern day situation just like giving back a fucking canal?
Whoa.
Can you imagine that, Dan?
Ago. I mean,
it was that long ago.
He just died like 2 days ago.
He didn't give the
It's within living memory.
The canal away yesterday, Dan.
I mean, I'm just saying.
He's fucking 100 years old.
Uh-huh.
When did Jimmy Carter give that dang canal away? Let's see. It's 1978.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long fucking time.
Long enough? Long enough to let it go, you think?
No. Just imagine, bro, the revenue.
So the treaty was signed in 78, but the canal didn't return until 99. Now, that was 26 years ago, but not really that long. Not really that long ago. Could I please go over some of the history of the Panama Canal? No. You're supposed to learn that in high school. You're supposed to learn that in high school. Like I shouldn't have to explain it to you because like that was something that was in your high school history class, at least in mine. Right now, I remember what I learned, but that might be just me being weird. Right? Like I remember it, but
instead of $11 trillion in debt, we could be $10.5 trillion in debt, man.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, first of all, we have way more debt. I mean, just because we have a StarCraft semi-pro, a college dropout StarCraft semi-pro who needed to pivot to something new so he could continue to find 1 in 1,000 of his fans being female so he could go, fly them out. We now have to deal with all of these comedy YouTubers talking about politics and history as they Wikipedia it. Like they see people who are actually educated in political science and history talking about this stuff and having some success. So now we're gonna have to have people that are just so lazy and uneducated doing it. And it's just like, wow, I can't believe Ethan doesn't understand morals and ethics as a reason to do things, or international systems, respect of sovereignty, self-determination. We used to call that liberalism, the idea that human beings have an inalienable right to represent and have sovereignty over themselves and their nation. That was what the United States was supposed to stand for. But man, Ethan very quickly kind of adopted Trumpian logic of might makes right. I wonder where he was trained to do that.
Raging in the Pacific Palisades. This was captured by a woman on a flight approaching Los Angeles International Airport. And we've got more breaking news just in seconds ago. The mayor of Los Angeles just posted she expects these conditions to get worse. The conditions are expected to get worse over the next several hours. We've seen remarkable footage of these fires. I hope we see much more. The situation already bad, getting worse. Nick Watt is in the middle of it.
This is Palisades Village, the heart of Pacific Palisades. This used to be a restaurant. I don't know what that was because there's nothing left. I can't tell what that used to be. But you can feel what the problem is. It's this wind, and the wind is only going to get worse. It's the wind. Look at these embers, Chris. Look at these embers. Any one of these embers could go and cause a fire somewhere else. Look, we got this. We got another spot fire up here. Just round the corner, an entire apartment building was gone. It's dry vegetation, it's wind, it's a terrible combination. 30,000 plus people evacuated. We have no idea yet how many structures have been lost. But we have been up in the hills, $1 million homes we've seen destroyed. We're down here in the village, apartment buildings, restaurants, destroyed. The question is, just how far is this fire going to go before the wind finally dies down? Nick Watt, Pacific Palisades, California.
And our thanks to Nick and his team. Let's get right to Dr. Ariel Cohen, meteorologist in charge with the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us, the mayor of Los Angeles. And we're going to put as many pictures as we can so people can see the conditions in Los Angeles during our conversation. The mayor of Los Angeles just posted that she expects these conditions to get worse. What are you expecting the next several hours?
Powerful winds, destructive winds are ongoing right now. We're getting observations showing 70 to 90 mile per hour winds over the mountains, continuing some of the lower elevations from the San Gabriel Valley all the way to the Malibu coast area, getting 50 to 70 mile an hour winds that are going to continue to carry these fires rapidly forward, creating just paths of destruction. And everyone needs to be listening very carefully to emergency notifications, evacuation orders, and when they come, you need to take action, evacuate to save your life.
What population centers are you most concerned about at this minute?
Right now, areas from the Pasadena to Altadena area, also westward throughout the San Gabriel Valley, extending across the San Fernando Valley, and certainly the Santa Monica mountain range all the way to the Malibu coast are going to be most susceptible to the most destructive winds. We have multiple fires that are growing explosively under these conditions and will continue to do so. Everyone needs to very calmly and very proactively be preparing. And when the notification comes of an evacuation order, take it seriously. It's a life and death situation.
You say calmly and deliberately, but I feel like I can hear a touch of urgency in your voice. This situation, just how bad is it based on what you've seen historically?
This is one of the worst situations that we have ever seen. This is a unique and volatile combination of weather parameters that has come together with some of the most extreme, destructive, life-threatening windstorms that we're getting across the area with bone-dry conditions. Everyone needs to be thoughtful, thinking ahead, make sure you're planning, you know where to go, have multiple ways of getting information. And I am pleading with you, if you get the evacuation order coming from local law enforcement and emergency management, take it seriously and evacuate. Your life will depend on it.
Again, at this point, we've had 30,000 or so evacuation orders in effect. Do you anticipate there will be more large-scale evacuations ordered in the next several hours?
These fires are spreading rapidly. They're going to continue to do so. The next few hours are going to be absolutely extremely critical for rapid fire spread, and the potential for expansions of these evacuations is issued by emergency management, local law enforcement is certainly there for additional areas to be included.
All right, Dr. Ariel Cohen, we appreciate you being with us. I hope people are heeding your warnings if they can hear us, because I can hear it
Wildfire
in your
season is
voice.
basically year-round, and the winds get really bad. I drove from Ontario, California to Las Vegas, and the wind were tossing my truck trailer around like crazy. There you go. These are the homes that I was talking about, chat. These are like $5 or $6 million homes. Falling into the ocean. Looks like the firefighters are withdrawing. Which, this is some very important context for you guys to remember. Last year, LA City Council defunded the fire department by $23 million while redirecting $138 million to the LAPD. Our leaders want a hollowed out police state with no social services. They'll just continue to violently manage discontent rather than solving any social problems. Hassan just posted what he sees on his Instagram. You guys want to link that to me? Because I don't have an Instagram. I don't like Meta. Meta is like the most censored. I don't trust it. I don't like Meta, to be honest. So I don't have any kind of Meta shit. California's inmate firefighter crews are dwindling just as the state starts to burn. They're like, oh yeah, we need more slaves, chat. We need more firefighting slaves. Yeah, chat. I'm trying to find a photo, but basically it would be a clear day in Los Angeles, except the fires have created this like ceiling of black. It's actually really interesting. LA City Council was useless last year. At least this year we'll have a fighting chance to change stuff now that KDL is gone. Yeah, good luck. For history's sake, record of a late-stage capitalism life arc. The Cybertruck is one badass machine. Property taxes, cut them, please. Make money in tech, preserve wealth in real estate. Does anyone have access to private firefighters to protect our home in Pacific Palisades? Need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses are burning. We'll pay any amount. Thank you. In a 1998, brilliant Mike Davis wrote, "The case for letting Malibu burn. 30 years later, the wealthiest aren't necessarily any safer from climate disaster. They're just richer. I predict more events like the King and Queen of Spain getting shit thrown at them at Valenciennes." I mean, why the fuck do you have a king? Any king anywhere should have a tomato thrown at them. In Minecraft? Let's drag stuff over here. All right, I want to bring in some of the tabs that I have on my other monitor talking about this. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, I don't know why that's open. Here you go, chat. Here's some abandoned cars being moved out of the way. There's Audis, just BMWs, Audis just being smashed by bulldozers so the firefighters can actually get in. And this is what it looks like driving in. I called Elon a C word in an indirect way, and my post was removed, but you know, they're going after censorship. They're going to censor any criticism of the oligarchs and of the Republican Party and of Israel. All right. A huge percentage of wildfire fighting is done by subcontractors, though an individual pump truck or 20-man crew isn't trained to protect an acre. I'm not going to.
It's fascinating to watch this happen.
Moving them out. It's like a movie. You're right. It is. It's fascinating. It's like a movie. But I know a lot of folks. I can tell you, the cars that I'm looking at right now, there are Mercedes, there are Teslas, there are Cybertrucks here. Very nice vehicles. But the owners decided to take their keys and just take off. So emergency officials once again said, you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. That causes more of an emergency situation for them to try to get to these homes and the condominiums, because they're not exactly sure if up that hill, if there are people up there.
And Gene, as you're, this shot here of where they have cleared the way, you can see those huge active flames at the top of the. It's fascinating.
What are the odds that rich are eventually going to pivot to create their own private first responders? I mean, typically that's more expensive than having a certain low level of tax and building, building like good, solid state-run infrastructure. And like the thing about private firefighters is, what are you gonna do? Like the thing is, like, how are you gonna dispatch them? Right? Like it doesn't work. It's like security guards are not the same thing as like having a law enforcement. Like they're just inferior in every way. Like private action is inferior to state action. And everybody actually knows this deep in their bones. They just pretend not to. Good morning, Los Angeles. Can I see the fires? Oh, yeah. And as you can see the wind, you see how the wind, like, look at those palm trees that are burning, right? Like, take a look at the wind. Do you see the sparks coming off the palm trees? Do you guys see that? Like, I'm gonna reverse just so you can see. Do you see like the sparks flying off those palm trees? They're going almost horizontally because, you know, you're seeing wind gusts up to like 90 miles an hour. And the thing is, what causes fire? Let's go back to like elementary school science class, right? You need fuel, heat, and what's the third pillar? Oxygen. So ironically, the wind, it's like a bellows, right? It's blowing in lots of extra oxygen, and then furthermore, it is carrying embers out of burned areas into more fuel. So the wind just it's like a giant, you know, blacksmith bellows on LA, just burning it. Good thing we cut the fire department funding by $23 million while increasing the police department budget by $138 million. The cops will shoot at the fire. People have been saying fires just happen, man. Stop being angry at the government. What were they supposed to do? What the fuck? I think one of the main things that, you know, like, I am a long-winded person. I like to speak. I like to persuade. I like to have conversations. I like to talk to people. And I have to say that in the last 6 months, I felt like there's less and less to say and more to do. You know what I mean?
That's being destroyed. And what's eerie about this, in so many cases, is a building is going up and there are no firefighters around. Or if there are, there might be one engine doing one hose stream on something that might be ordinarily a 2 or even a 3-alarm fire under normal circumstances. It's getting the barest, if not the barest response, if not none at all, you know? And so that's
because there's, I mean, what do you want them to do? Like, I mean, at this point, it has reached the level of we're abandoning entire neighborhoods and we're trying to create lines to block the fire. Right, we're trying to stamp on small fires that prop up elsewhere to try to keep this main fire contained. Right, like this is just the reality. This neighborhood is gone. It's going to be burned down unless the wind dies down and that firefighters can actually make progress. But right now, they're just trying to find lines to hold back fires from spreading. And the firefighters are trying to save people, not homes. I mean, the homes are, this is property, right? Like this could be rebuilt. And hopefully, you know, what I would like to see, if I'm being honest, is the state should come in and should eminent domain all this land and build dense, walkable housing. You know, I'm sorry you lost your houses, but like, you know, going back in there and building up a single family home for a 10 millionaire, it seems like a waste of land. It's time to, this is an opportunity for YIMBYism. Nor Defense, thank you for the prime.
It's an eerie thing to see when you're accustomed to seeing fires being fought and resources being so stretched thin now that you cannot, most often you will see these houses just going up and no firefighters around because there just aren't enough of them in enough places to do the work.
It makes you really hopeful, though, that people did evacuate. So, which the fire crews that are out there, at least they are hopefully able to protect as much as they can. David Ono, you're
this gas station that's being destroyed. And what's eerie about this, in so many cases, is a building is going up and there are no firefighters around, or if there are, there might be one engine doing one hose stream.
This is the Pacific Coast Highway, chat, one of the most famous highways in the world. You've seen it in countless movies. So if your house burns down, give me the land up to build me an apartment. I mean, looks like single-family dwellings are no longer viable in this area. You know, because of climate change. We need to build up concrete. We need to build up, you know, like, what do you want me to say? Like, what, you know, it's climate change, man. Things have to change. That's reality. See those sparks? Anything that's flammable is getting kissed by a lot of sparks. Look at that. Now does that make sense? Now do you see how this is unwinnable? I like this video. That's probably like one of my favorite we've seen so far to explain it.
On something that might...
This is another good example.
Let's go straight now to Malibu. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is there, and Liz is an example of the extreme unpredictability of this developing story. Liz has been separated from her camera. First of all, tell us why.
Hey, Mika, yeah, so basically, I just have to say, I've never seen anything like this here. I grew up in Southern California. This is like nothing we've ever seen, with multiple fires raging across the LA region right now. And here in Malibu, it's truly an apocalyptic scene. We're on the Pacific Coast Highway right now, where home after home after home, beachfront properties are engulfed in flames. I am looking at a mansion right now, a beach view mansion up in the hills, has just basically exploded. And the reason we're separated from my crew right now is because we had just gone a little bit down the road to scope something out, and we turned around, and there was then a live wire that had power line had fallen, and a live wire was blocking the road, and now it's blocked first responders. I mean, it's not, you know, the most important thing now is that there are multiple fire trucks here that I'm looking at that are stalled and can't get through because this live wire is down blocking the road.
Unbelievable. So give us a sense in terms of what you know from your reporting about the damage to structures, how many structures, I know we really don't have a clear count, and where this fire has already spread to. Again, we can't really predict where it's going to go, but what do you know about what it's done so far?
Yeah, so this is the Palisades fire right now, and as of last night, the latest update from officials was that it was threatening 10,000 homes. They hadn't given a formal number of structures or homes that were destroyed, but we can tell you yesterday we saw multiple homes destroyed, and just this morning, right now, I mean, it could be hundreds of homes. It is truly mass destruction that we are witnessing right now, and just firefighters just can't even get a handle of it. They're trying to put out some flames or stop flames from going to a nearby property, but they can't get a handle of it because there's these hurricane force winds that they're dealing with. And on top of that, they're stretched so thin because there are so many fires igniting around the area that literally the LA Fire Department has put out a call asking any off-duty firefighters to come here and help them battle this. We know thousands of people are evacuated right now. And Mika, yesterday, we were part of the hundreds of people that got stuck in the gridlock traffic trying to navigate.
Wait a minute, you couldn't escape with your car? Wait, cars? Wait. I didn't have the individual freedom to escape with a car? I think a train would be pretty easy to get out of there on your train. If there is a train, the train could just, you know, go right, you can make it easily.
and get out through the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, where we saw people literally just abandon their cars and try to flee on foot. And we were there as that bulldozer came through. My producer, Jim Cita, took that video of the bulldozer coming through to pave a path to get those cars out of the way.
So, Liz, the neighborhoods in harm's way here are nationally known, iconic neighborhoods, the Palisades, Malibu. We just had the mayor of Santa Monica. But the Palisades fire is, of course, not the only one. There's 3 or more raging right now. Can you just give viewers a little more sense of the geography here? Where is the threat coming from? And talk to about just why that makes the job so difficult for these firefighters, because there's so many different fronts.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's what we've covered really bad fires, unfortunately, before. But to just see multiple horrific, devastating fires all unfolding at the same time is what makes this so incredibly unique and truly horrific. And basically right now we're on the coast. We're in the Pacific Palisades, Malibu area for the Palisades fire. That's Santa Monica is potentially threatened, and part of that, as you guys just said, is under an evacuation order. But then you go east to Altadena and the Pasadena area. There's a fire there where thousands of people are evacuated. There's videos from a senior center overnight showing elderly patients being evacuated and brought in their wheelchairs onto buses. There's another fire just north of that, but also in East LA County, in the Sylmar area, where there's similar videos of people trying to put out flames as they rush to evacuate. This is widespread across LA. And even yesterday, there was a small fire they were able to get a handle of quickly, but in the heart of LA, in West Hollywood, that shut down Sunset Boulevard, something you rarely ever see. So that's what we're dealing with here, and it's all due to these incredibly strong Santa Ana winds.
Yeah, Liz, I'm just looking at the map. I don't know if we can put it up, at the red flag warning, the fire danger that's really hitting this massive area through tonight, where 19 million people are at risk. And I wonder if there is a big picture plan, what the governor has said so far in terms of, I don't even know where they would put a command center, but where are they going to put all these people if these winds keep going, and how wide a swath of this area could this go?
All of those are such important key questions that I think everyone's trying to deal with right now. In fact, just yesterday, the staging area for the Pacific Palisades fire had to move twice. First, it was at one location where then the fire station engulfed in flames. It had to get moved to another location where then fire became so close they've now moved it further north. So that is how erratic this is. That is how fast it's moving. And I think they're trying to grapple with that right now, is how to deal with the fact that, you know, right now we're talking about 3 big fires right now, but these winds are only supposed to pick up. We're told the worst may still be to come. We're still in the midst of this windstorm, which means we have a full day ahead of us with more fires that could ignite.
All right, we're going to be back on this very shortly and stay through it throughout the day here. NBC's Liz Kreutz, thank you. We'll talk to you again.
The Washington Post has an animation. If you're in Southern California and you would like to learn some tips on how to harden your home, I mean, obviously the first thing is having a better roof. It's a little late for that, so good luck. If you don't have a better roof, well, let's move on to the next thing. Vents. So we have attic vents and other intake vents. Make sure you have a filter, a wire mesh with holes no greater than I think it's 1/8 of an inch, and police them for embers. You don't want those to accumulate. Another thing that you can't really change right now is siding. If you have vinyl siding or wood siding, that shit is obviously going to burn. But if you have stucco or concrete, that's good. Make sure you don't have any broken windows. Oh, here you go. Your perimeter, 0 to 5 feet. Outside your home, the goal is to remove as much potential fuel for the wildfire as possible. The first 5 feet are particularly critical. So, clearing out dry brush, leaves, accumulated grasses, anything, trash, anything that's accumulated within 5 to 10, 5 feet of your home, you need to clean up immediately. Look for trees, shrubs, or other plants in proximity to the house. Mulch and pine needles are potential accelerants that are often overlooked. Remove or replace them with less flammable material like stone or healthy flame-resistant plants like French lavender or sage. Consider replacing wood fencing that connects to the home with non-flammable material such as metal. Many fire risks hide in unexpected places. For example, Wright says that often people only pay attention to the top of their deck. He emphasizes the need to look underneath. Move garbage and recycling cans further away from the home. Okay, your yard 5 to 30 feet. The goal is to reduce potential fuel and lower fire intensity by spacing items away from one another. People are imagining the big flame, but what they should imagine is the small flames creeping up to the house. You're seeing homes pretty far away from the big flames igniting. So even something like, you know, extinguishing small fires immediately is very important. Tree branches hanging over the home should be trimmed immediately. There should be at least 10 feet of distance between chimneys and tree branches. Is there a wooden railing or fence? How about a shed or other outbuilding? Consider replacements constructed from materials such as metal or stone. Remove dead plants and dry leaves. Prune flammable vegetation and space out shrubs and trees. Firewood is best stored outside this zone, not up against your house. Objects in the yard, such as playsets and furniture, should be distanced apart from each other. As the outer reaches of a property, the goal is to keep any fire low to the ground and prevent it from climbing vertically and jumping between closely spaced trees. We want to reduce the intensity of the fire. Wildfire expert here, 14 years. This is just a failure of prevention. This is LA. Obviously, this is going to happen. The solution is to simply proactive government-funded land management, which would create breaks, prescribed burns, and laws to prevent things like metal roofs. Climate change is making it worse, but management and laws can still prevent it. That sounds like regulations, and Yimbys are against regulations, sir. I don't want any regulations. How dare you? You saying we should have a sprinkler system? That sounds like an expense for the construction. That's going to prevent us from having the cheapest particle board apartments that'll go up like a Tinder immediately, you fucking commie. Stop it. Next, you're going to tell me we need a public land development and that perhaps we shouldn't have $10 million homes and some of the most valuable real estate in the entire world. Perhaps maybe we should have dense walkable communities that are built to withstand fire risk. You're going to tell me that individuals who bought their house in 1950 for 25 cents are not entitled to 100 years of millionaire status. Active mowing or maintenance may not be as necessary, but large piles of debris should be removed. This is one of the reasons I believe the workers should control the means of production. You fucking communist. All right. Well, looks like it's too late for most of that, but I thought I would share it with you anyway. I wanted to show you this video, chat, because this is what it looks like when you're about to die. This is what it looks like when you're about to die.
Hi. Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. Oh shit. Yeah, don't worry about that, dude. Look at that. Oh shit.
There's been something that people have been saying lately, which is what climate change looks like is you watching a bunch of disaster porn on social media until one day you are filming the disaster porn. That's what climate change is really, which is here we are. And you know, we just elected Donald Trump and he wants to make climate change worse. Like, he's not somebody who says, oh, well, you know, climate change is real, but you know, there's trade-offs and you know, we can't destroy the economy and we have to make smart decisions. No. He's somebody who says, no, we need to drill, baby, drill. He just said it yesterday. He said that we need to do more drilling and more fossil fuels, and we need to cut back on electric vehicles, and we need to cut back on windmills. He said windmills don't make any money. Windmills are bad. Now, windmills produce the cheapest energy of any form of electrical generation. They are incredibly profitable. But it doesn't matter because they're gay, right? If you think we should build windmills, you're gay. That's the Republican Party debate now. And as I said earlier, the time for speaking is over. You know, like, you know, I am a loudmouth. I am long-winded. I am somebody who likes to speak and explain and understand. The time for speaking is coming to a close because they can't be convinced. They have to be stopped.
We'll go out to William Lajeunesse, who is live there in Malibu. William?
Oh my goodness. We now move to a different part of Southern California, which is also on fire. This is the Eaton fire in the Altadena area. And for the first time, our colleague Gina Silva is giving us a look from the ground. Those are horrible.
I know, chat, like, as we're sitting here, as we're watching this together, like, I gotta be honest with you, like, something is broken. Something has finally snapped. I've snapped. I've actually snapped. My empathy is it's drained. It's gone. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to feel empathy right now. It is a world where we could have prevented this together, and people just don't care about other people. They just don't care. My favorite Yogi Berra-isms is the future ain't what it used to be. Where are flying cars and underwater cities? Well, I guess the underwater cities are happening, just not on purpose. Yeah. Yeah. And like, every single one of these people that is suffering doesn't deserve it. But every single person who is suffering had a hand in it. EJ Davis, thank you for the tier 3. And I include myself in this. You know, if something horrible happens in America and I am affected, it's partially my fault. You know what I mean? Like, I did my best to stop it. You know, I've been fighting my ass off against these people for over 10 years now. I've been fighting my ass off against people in politics for almost 12 years, since my 20s. I've had hundreds of thousands of dollars of negative ads about me spent. I've had nonstop negative personal attacks, made up stories, lies, attempts to, humiliate me, dox me, attack my family. All of this has happened to me over the last 12 years. From liberals, from Republicans, from random psychos on the internet. And even I didn't do enough. I could have done more. I I know every single one of you could have done more. And I look at this stuff and it's not about being mad. It's a different emotion that I'm feeling. It's not rage. It's not anger. I don't know if I have the word for it. I don't know that I have the word for it. It's so deep and so cold. I'm not indifferent. It's like my heart has been frozen with liquid nitrogen.
Horses, Gina? Those are horses, yes. There's a woman that just came down the road here, and she's trying to get her horses out of here. But as you can see, we are on New York Drive in Altadena, and this entire hillside is on fire. It has already crossed the street, and there's a building here that is in danger of also going up in flames. I don't know exactly what it is,
but it sounds like you're describing apathy. No, I'm not apathetic, and I haven't given up or anything like that. It's just the rage inside of my heart has hardened to the point of it is crystallized. It's like the moment that coal turns into a diamond inside a mountain. You know what I mean? Like, what was black and cloudy is now clear as day and harder than the heart of a star. Like, it's just like, I'm not trying to be overly poetic and cringe here, but you get my point. Like, it's not that I don't care or anything. It's that everything that's not as hard as a diamond is falling. The pressure is increasing.
I believe it said water meters, something like that. But you can see this is an incredible wind-driven fire. The Eden fire started around 6:30 p.m. with just an estimated 20 acres. And the blaze, as you can see, it has quickly exploded into more than 200 acres, and it keeps growing. There are so many homes here in danger. And that is why officials have issued a mandatory evacuation order in the area that is just west of the Eden Canyon Golf Course. People living on these streets also have to evacuate immediately. And I heard a lady earlier saying she didn't want to leave because she's got animals. And so there was a sort of a thing that was going back and forth. But people living on these streets, they have to leave immediately. You can see how dangerous the situation is. These are the streets: Kinalea Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Vernada, Canclair, and areas east of Altadena Drive. As you can see, this is a fast-moving fire, and these winds are absolutely wicked. And I think that we ourselves are going to have to end up moving because our vehicles are down here, and this just keeps moving down. Now, we came from upland, and I got to tell you, oh my goodness, the winds out there were so strong. It was difficult to stand in one place, so we were concerned that a fire could break out there when this one broke out and we were sent to this location. But as you can see, Pasadena fire, LA County fire, there are so many units that are here battling this blaze. As I said, there are...
All right, I want you to see this. I'm going to pause this for a second, and I want you to understand what the Democratic Party, when young people came to the senator from California, Dianne Feinstein, because they saw this as their future, this is the reaction they got.
We're standing up, we're asking for the new Green Deal, and we're trying to present this letter that we've made to Senator Feinstein. We are trying to ask you to vote yes on the Green New Deal. Please.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We have our own Green New Deal piece of legislation.
Well, we're trying to promote the Green New Deal.
Well, there are reasons why I can't, because there's no way to pay for it.
Yes, there is.
Well, we have tons of money going to the military. A lot of it is going to the military.
But we have come to a point where our Earth is dying, literally, and it is going to be a pricey and ambitious plan that is needed to deal with the magnitude of that issue. And so we're here asking you to vote yes on the resolution for the Green New Deal, because that is the only
that resolution will not pass the Senate.
Now, by the way, chat, this is the senator from California. Like, she's not going to get voted out of office for supporting the Green New Deal. So why would she not support the Green New Deal? The reason why she doesn't support the Green New Deal is because I want you to understand the purpose of the Democratic Party is to crush your belief in the future. It's to make you believe it is the ultimate conservative party. I would say that the Democratic Party is the most successful conservative party in human history. And the purpose of the Democratic Party is to destroy and crush any kind of leftward momentum on the entire fucking earth. Literally. Okay? It is by far and away the most successful right-wing party that we've ever seen. And how did it do it? By convincing people that it's a center-left party. But it has absolutely no features of a center-left party. None.
And you can take that back to whoever sent you here.
Some scientists have said that we have 12 years to turn this around.
Well, it's not going to get turned around in 10 years. What we can do,
Senator, if this doesn't get turned around in 10 years, you're looking at the faces of the people who are going to be living with these consequences.
The government is supposed to be for the people and by the people and all for the people.
You know what's interesting about this group is I've been doing this for 30 years. I know what I'm doing. You come in here and you say it has to be my way or the highway. I don't respond to that. I've gotten elected. I just ran. I was elected by almost 1 million vote plurality. And I know what I'm doing. So, you know, maybe people should listen a little bit.
I hear what you're saying, but we're the people who voted you. You're supposed to listen to us. That's your job. I'm 16. I can't
you didn't vote for me.
Well, I'm voting for
It doesn't matter. We're the ones who's going to be impacted.
Something.
It doesn't matter. We're going to be the ones who are impacted.
I understand that. I have 7 grandchildren. I understand it very well.
Senator, the cost of not taking this action is far higher than the cost of what the Green New Deal will be. And there is enormous popularity for this bill around the whole country. And we're asking you to be brave and do this for us and for your grandchildren.
Here's what I do propose. And here is the resolution that I think has a chance to pass. So we'll give each of you a copy. You can take a look at it. And I'm trying to do the best I can which was to write a responsible resolution.
Any plan that doesn't take bold,
Okay.
transformative action is not going to be what we need.
Well, you know better than I do. So I think one day you should run for the Senate.
Great, I
And
will.
then you do it your way.
But by that time,
in the meantime,
there's going to be a big problem.
I just won a big election. We will give you a resolution that's thoughtfully worked out, that has a chance of passing, and which does what you want.
Can they read this to you, though?
Now, in that video, the child said, we have 12 years to solve the problem. And she said it's not going to get turned around in 10 years. According to the climate clock, we'd have 4 years, 194 days, 23 hours, 23 minutes, and 51 seconds, 49 seconds, 48 seconds, 47 seconds. This is the time left to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C, meaning that we need to get net zero climate carbon emissions in 4 years, 194 days, and 23 hours. So let's just say that 1.5 degrees C is not happening. That's if we ended we became net zero climate emissions tomorrow. Well, we have 4 years to do that. Wow. This is weird, chat. I just realized something. Rental illness is right. This is the same view. Hold on. Wait, this is the video we were on. Where was the video we were on that I paused? Oh, here we are. This is the same view that Dianne Feinstein is having right now, chat. We're visiting Dianne Feinstein.
There's so many homes that are in danger, and at this point we did hear that one home is on fire. And right over here, Joab, you can see more people coming with their horses. They're trying to rescue their animals. Can you imagine just, oh my goodness, these embers flying everywhere. Hi there, how many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out. Yeah.
Are any homes out there on fire?
Honestly, I did not pay attention. I just drove straight to the barn to get my horses out and get the rest of these guys out. We're not just gonna let them burn.
I got a bunch out with trailers, and there's a bunch in there still. How many more? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many. How many did you let out?
We took about 4 of them in trailers, 2 in the different trailers, 3 in another one. So there should be at least maybe 12.
About 12. Are there more people out there right now?
It's a whole bar.
I gotta get these out. I got, let's see. Oh, there's 4, 2, 3, what is that, 9? How are these poor guys? 11, 12. There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty wired up. Yeah. They're getting used to it now, but when the wind's blowing and the embers are, they don't really know what to do. Have you seen anything like this? Look at that hillside. Yeah, I've rescued before. Yeah? Yeah. Well, please be safe. Yeah, thank you. You be safe too. Yeah. I think, Joab, we're going to have to end up moving because I could see all of the firefighters.
Vosh is like, thank God. Thank God. They saved them.
That were stationed at this location, and the police officers, they already left. And again, this is New York Boulevard. Altadena is up here, and this is Bradley. And the building that is very close to being on fire, and it may be before the end of the night. Again, I don't know exactly what it is, but I did see water meters. What does it say here? It's the Pasadena Tech Center.
Oh, wow.
That's in danger right now.
Okay, and
the
Gina,
Pasadena Tech Center.
I know you had heard at least one home on fire. When you made your travels there, did you actually see other homes on fire?
No, we didn't see any homes on fire. What we did see was the large orange glow from the 210 freeway and that black smoke up there in the sky, and it just was so ominous. It was just, you know, when you look at it, you're like, oh no, this cannot be good because it's spreading so fast. These winds are just unbelievable. We couldn't stand straight when we were in Upland. And then as you're driving, my recommendation is if you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere, because driving is very dangerous right now. There's so much debris on the freeways that's just coming at you. It's just not, it's horrible driving conditions.
So we just broke into programming on Fox 11. So if you were just joining us, welcome to our coverage. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, Gina Silva is joining us right now from Altadena. All day we've been talking about this fire that we have been watching in Pacific Palisades. That's still burning out of control. This fire now burning out of control as well in Altadena. Gina, can you talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of firefighters? I was about to ask you about that a moment ago. Then we saw some firefighters get there. Are you seeing a lot of firefighters at work, or are you seeing a lot of what we saw in Pacific Palisades, which is a lot of areas that they just can't get to?
It's a really difficult area to get to, but we did see LA County Fire. I know that Pasadena Fire is also here, and Los Angeles, the Forest Fire is also sending out information, so I'm sure they have crews out here, but we haven't seen that many engines out here where we are. It is possible they are in the neighborhoods where the homes are threatened in the foothills. Again, this is the Eden Fire, and it just started at 6:30 with just about 28. It's just a really difficult spot, a difficult situation for these firefighters who are battling this incredibly wind-driven blaze.
Works for LA County Director Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton Fire area. LA City serves the area, the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available.
Guys, we need another $100 billion for the cops to stand around with their dicks in their hands. We need to cut more funding from the we have 5 police standing around here for some reason because they got we have 2 firefighters over here. Why do we have a cop here? What's his purpose? Get the fuck out of here.
Available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already, and we expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children, so we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted. That covers the entire region by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We're looking at that and want to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water and Power, the General Manager, Janice Quinones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks.
I work for the county, and all they're saying is bullshit. Instead of hiring more workers, the county is privatizing a lot of positions and contracting it out to enable them not to hire more unionized workers. Actually, the union shout out to SEIU 721-1 for fighting against that, of course. It comes from heaven, drip, drip.
We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water in the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post.
Amazing. Like the system just immediately collapses. The water system is collapsing. The electrical system is collapsing. You know, power is going out citywide. There's brownouts. There is, like just the fragility of one of the richest cities on the planet. Like nothing can, it's just all falling apart.
with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks for our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identify other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're gonna be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're gonna be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage.
I wonder if the chatter who was complaining about China's water is in chat right now. Well, I mean, listen. Sure, China has built 40,000 miles of high-speed rail in the last 15 years, and they've also built 80 metro systems that are the size of Boston. But hey, listen. This is only Los Angeles. What? You expect Los Angeles, California to have water and electricity? What are you, a fucking communist?
32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time. But we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
I wanted to ask because this press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues, what percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point, and given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times.
Thank you.
So, Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 in the morning, that's when...
Okay, I just want to show you guys a morning tour of Pacific Palisades.
Okay, I guess let's park along this street, yeah? And then, Dave, if you can, just go ahead of us and try to set up a signal.
Right here. This is where it's got to be. This is, oh my God. What? I've never... Look at this. Beyond comprehension. Oh. That's crazy.
It should go around and turn off the water service lines to these destroyed buildings, because I'm sure there's water that's just flowing out of the system out of control. They should go to the street service lines and close them. But I guess I'm smarter than LA County. I don't know. I guess they have to go around shutting off poor people's water instead.
Okay, I guess let's park along this street, yeah?
How do you do that? There's basically in front of every property there is a service line for the water system that can be turned off manually.
Dave, if you can, just go ahead of us and...
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that in regard to... I'm
just not talking about like partisan political issues. I'm just talking about reality. So maybe that's why. Who knows?
Around noon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos dias, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52. For Chief Crawley, Chief Moroni, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies, and for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people in...
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers. Regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations, and I know we spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Thank you, sir. Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
Oh, guys, what about the Capitol? What's the damage to the Capitol? The Capitol is being damaged. This is a flight flying into LAX. let's get back to the very important question of capital.
No early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies in their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand up.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude. We were prepared. We did get state pre-position resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-positioned them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has 13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick questions.
I just want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento, State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar-Santa Clarita area, and so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you, Chair
I think
Barker.
someone from the mayor's office would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged. But I want to assure the community and the city, our mayor has been actively engaged 100% of the time, the entire last 24 hours throughout this unfortunate event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barber, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning.
Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
Good morning. Stephen Coleman, KABC. You mentioned 4 fires. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and characterize the 4th fire, county fire?
Yes, I can speak briefly on that 4th fire. Was a Woodley fire, which is approximately, it was a smaller fire. We threw a lot of resources at it. It is under control at this point. We'll push that information out to the media so you have the very specifics, but we're calling it the Woodley fire.
Can you tell us where it was located?
Yeah, it was in the Sepulveda Basin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll have one-on-ones. Hi, Samantha Norris, San Fernando Valley Sun. I know the Hearst fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak more to what resources are being deployed to that fire? And for people in the Sylmar area, what are the evacuation zone areas, any closures, and where those people can go in the area?
Hi, good morning. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez from the 7th District. Last night we evacuated 71 horses from the Stetson Ranch area. The fire came up quickly, and so thankfully they were safely evacuated to the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center. As we indicated, this is a very dynamic situation, and the lack of aerial support is making it that much more challenging for firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders. In the Sylmar community, Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as is needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're for trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages, our Bureau of Street Services, for the City of Los Angeles, all of our street services crew and public works crews are out there doing that work as well, and they are part of our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting those to 311 so that we can keep the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of access to for our fire personnel. But most importantly, for the adjacent equine areas, because I know in the Hearst fire, we're concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other equine areas. We want to make sure that we launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and I want to continue to urge the public in these adjacent areas to please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to...
Just one clarity as well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 10:10 last night. The latest acreage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los Angeles National Forest. We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is, through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night, our overall objective was to keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross the 5 at this point. We were able to hold it to that point. But again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that. And we're continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Thanks, Chief.
It's really crazy to see Pacific Palisades just completely destroyed like this.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add, but I will share that the Los Angeles City Fire and the Angeles National Forest went into unified command immediately when that fire started. And that fire started in an area we're well exercised, known as the mutual threat zone. So that's a part of our pre-planned unified command area, and that includes ground resources and aircraft. And of course, as mentioned, aircraft has been having a hard time finding good air, and actually with the wind speeds. We're assessing aircraft availability every minute, continuously watching for a window to get aircraft up from multiple parts and multiple agencies. The Angeles National Forest aircraft and the air tanker base that services the Southern California areas in Lancaster under the U.S. Forest Service, and they're watching for opportunities to launch aircraft. But last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were here in what we call the Front Range. So we're still struggling to get aircraft in the air.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief for the Angeles National Forest.
Thank you. We are wrapping up our press conference. We will have one-on-ones and a short for Spanish media. If you gather right over here, we will have Sheriff Luna and also LA City PIO with Fire David Ortiz. So Spanish interviews right over here.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to 9 o'clock here. I'm Roxy Carpadian. We are continuing our fire coverage. We've been on for hours watching the devastation and the destruction that has taken over so many of these communities.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us on our continuous coverage right here. These are the latest information, details that we have on these fires that have been raging throughout Southern California. At least 2 people have been killed and hundreds of homes burned at this point. Thousands more are threatened. The fires are burning out of control in Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, and near Altadena at this point. Dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. And for now, crews continue their best to save lives and property. And we're seeing a live picture of the wind conditions that aren't letting up, right, Maria?
sadly not letting up. I just got some bad news that my brother-in-law, sister-in-law's house was indeed consumed by the fire, so that whole neighborhood is just gone. There was one house that's standing on their street, so I just feel so sad. All the memories. I know it's just stuff, you know, it's all perspective. And they're safe, they're fine, they evacuated, but it's just so sad. I feel so bad for all the families that have been affected.
One of the things that's happening is that fire coverage is just not available for many of these houses, so a lot of people are forced to self-insure, which is basically just a bet that, you know, hey, I'm not gonna have a fire, and you know, a lot of people are losing those bets today. That's capitalism.
By these fires, not just in the Palisades area, but of course out towards the Eden.
Let's take 1 second to talk about philosophy for a second. You know, one of the reasons why left-wingers exist is that we understand that a certain percentage of things that happen to you are completely random, right? Like, I'll give you an example. If you are sitting on the street, stopped at a red light, and somebody comes out of nowhere and you know, hits you in, the rear ends you at 45, 50 miles an hour. It injures you. That's not your fault, right? And if that person doesn't have money or doesn't have insurance, you'd be out of pocket for that. So because I recognize that bad luck is things happening to you that is through no fault of your own is reality. We believe that society should provide a social safety net that everybody is entitled to. And so that when bad luck happens to people, they don't fall completely through the cracks and into poverty, misery, and death.
Fire, the Hearst fire, and unfortunately these winds are going to continue. So even if your home is standing, even if you are not near those fires directly, these winds are going to continue to blow. So the danger is still with us. These winds still clocking in at 20.
The light is really weird in my place right now because of the cloud of smoke. So what's happening is there's clear skies, right? There's clear skies. If you look straight ahead, there's clear skies, right? But there is a cloud of smoke that's kind of hanging over the city of Los Angeles. So the reason why you're seeing my forehead is really bright but down here is dark is because the way the light is shining in the room, there's the light that's straight on is coming through because there's no clouds. But over here is just an unbelievable that. You see why there's a gradient of light in my house? I might have to close my window blind. Hold on.
30 miles per hour. The wind gusts are much stronger. We're still expecting these wind gusts to be near 60 to even 80 miles an hour. Beverly Hills nearing 30 miles an hour. A little quieter out towards the South Bay, but out in Orange County, very strong winds. The usual wind-prone areas below those Santa Ana Mountains, out towards the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, very strong gusty winds, and they were very strong last night and early this morning. These are some of the peak wind gusts. I just updated this graphic here. Fremont Canyon, 94 miles per hour. These are hurricane force wind gusts. So you could imagine how much of these embers, we talk about spot fires and how these winds will carry some of these embers. And there was just a spray. It was like raining embers and just going everywhere and burning these homes and whole neighborhoods. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles an hour there. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, this is up in the San Gabriel Mountains, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Rancho Cucamonga, 83. The Eaton Canyon area got a wind gust near 70 miles an hour. And as I mentioned, it will continue. These red flag warnings and the high fire danger, this particularly dangerous situation. Look at how widespread this is all across SoCal, from Ventura County all the way south into Orange County, the Inland Empire. That means very dry conditions, very strong gusty winds. A small spark, an ember, can set another fire, and it can explode and grow rapidly. Explosive fire growth potential, and that's what we saw with all these fires yesterday. Wind advisories and wind warnings will continue. Now, here's some good news. 6 p.m., that's the time frame that we're looking at when winds should start to really back down, and we're expecting the wind warning to be dropped or at least be downgraded. We've got a couple of systems in place. The dynamics and the recipe was there for this very unusual weather condition. We had some cold air that dropped down from Canada. This was brought in by this area of low pressure, which, by the way, brought us some rain yesterday, just not across where these fires are burning. It brought some rain up through parts of the high desert and snow up in the mountains, but that low pressure and this high pressure behind it, very tight pressure gradient, which drove those winds very strong, upper levels of the atmosphere, the mid, the low at the surface. So we just had it all yesterday and last night. That low is going to continue to move east, so the gradients will relax by this afternoon. We're going to start to feel and notice those winds start to relax, and then tomorrow really more noticeable difference. But I'll show you on our computer model here. These are the winds as of this hour. These are the gusts, okay? So still very strong. Watch as we fast forward to this afternoon, much weaker, okay? 7 p.m., you can see it's probably going to be below advisory criteria, at least in this part here of SoCal. But notice the winds are still fairly strong across parts of the foothill communities of Pasadena, out towards Fontana and Orange County. So the fire danger is still going to be with us. The winds much weaker as we get to Thursday, Friday, and then perhaps on the weekend. Here's a little burst of wind here. So the offshore flow is still with us in that danger. But perhaps by Friday into Saturday, we'll start to get more of an onshore flow. And this will bring a little bit more moisture into the atmosphere. But until then, the impacts will continue. Down trees, power lines, power outages, the fires, relative humidity values still lowering even to single digits as we get to the...
Yeah, this is one of the things that's also really interesting is as the wind is blowing, it is actually lowering the humidity even further in the air. It's drying out the air even further. So not only are the winds fanning the flames by feeding them oxygen and displacing carbon dioxide, it's actually, so that's acting as a bellows to build the existing fires and spread embers further and farther. It's also lowering the humidity, which means that the fuel intense, it dries out the fuel even more, making ignitions and further consumption of the fire grow.
Afternoon. Travel will be impacted heavily, as you can imagine. The water year, we typically get much more rain. We have not had any rain at all for the month of January. December, only 2/100th of an inch of rain. November, very little. So we have been below average, and our deficit is growing, and our drought conditions are growing too. Remember, last year we had above normal rainfall totals, and the year before. So we had all this growth from all the rain that we've had, and this is just serving as fuel for these fires, all that dry vegetation. We got to hang in there, guys, today and tomorrow, and then things will get a lot easier and better as we get to the weekend. Let's check in on the traffic and all the road closures out there. We've got Samara with a look at all that. Hey, Samara.
Yeah, good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. And we really appreciate all our viewers joining us at this hour. And if you've been sticking with us, certainly do appreciate you. We also have, again, all eyes on the Pacific Palisades fire, and wanted to bring your attention to the current closures there. The Palisades fire, again, affecting PCH in both directions. And this extends from the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica all the way out to Malibu at Las Flores Canyon Road. Avoid the area as firefighters continue to, again, try to contain that very active fire. And over to Topanga Canyon from Mulholland all the way down to PCH, also shut down to red flag conditions. Now we're going to take you over to the Hearst fire. Closures there, westbound side the 210 from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. A hard closure in place. You cannot get through that area, as well as northbound side, as well as southbound side.
We love our cars. That way you have a personal coffin that they can bury you in when the fire overtakes the road, and you get to be trapped by all the other idiots.
The connector road to the 210, there's a little hint of an update, some good news. You can make your way through, but the truck lanes remain closed until further notice as well. And there's that fire, the Woodley fire, the latest one along the 405 through the Sepulveda Basin continues to be a concern. Right now, at least the freeways, the 405 and the 101, currently not being impacted, but I would suspect the potential for some spectator slowing, as we saw earlier. Those conditions have improved, but just a reminder to keep your eyes on the road. There's a lot of debris just about anywhere across Southern California, courtesy of those really strong offshore winds. And if you're traveling, if you're planning on traveling through some of our canyons and passes, this does apply to the Grapevine up and down the 5 corridor.
Oh, yeah. Ethan Klein, as the fire goes towards his house, he's like, I will keep editing my obsessive hate video about Hassan. I will never stop. And the thing is, like, ultimately, the thing with Ethan is, like, he's just so ordinary. He's an ordinary narcissist. Like, many times people say stuff like, judge me by my enemies, but I really don't. It's like, I don't want you to judge me by my enemies. My enemies are a music school dropout, like, former StarCraft semi-pro who got famous for shouting racial slurs at his teammates. Like, that's my, oh God, really? Really? Hitler was an art school dropout. Yeah, I know. They are very similar. I posted something about the DGG and Destiny in general, which I think is I would say you can bank this as my prediction. Ethan got super lucky on YouTube a long time ago. Ethan is really mediocre. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Just posting. I posted about DGG, which will probably be one of my most accurate predictions about the way that community goes. Here, let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. I said, it is funny to see the Destiny orbit get more and more pulled into the conservative sphere because of their dedication to anti-left-wing politics. They are quickly becoming the anti-door. Their attraction to elites and institutions is making them into MAGA allies. This is my prediction. Destiny will be voting for a Republican in 2028. You can take it to the fucking bank. Destiny will be voting for a Republican in 2028. Why? Because Trump will not be running again. So, you know, obviously pivoting and voting for Trump would be a bridge too far. But now that Trump is gone, he will be a Republican by 2028. Like, when Trump is gone and they're like running, they're running some like acid wash Trump, he will 100% be voting Republican. You can take that to the motherfucking bank, especially because it's very likely that the next Democrat is going to be a more progressive Democrat because, you know, people are fed up with the status quo. And there's really no strong establishment candidate hanging out. Like, there is no, like, the thing is, like, the Democratic Party has been trying to turn left for 20 years. They got tricked by Obama. Obama was the, quote, left-wing progressive candidate against Hillary Clinton in 2008. They got tricked. And the Democratic Party was trying to turn away from Hillary Clinton, but the Democratic Party, as elites and establishment, was completely united behind Hillary. And the media had a lot of power. And so Hillary was able to get across the finish line in 2016. In 2020, people still in the Democratic Party primary voter is still trusted things like MSNBC and CNN, and they were virulently anti-Bernie. And so a coalition of mainstream media, the entire establishment Democratic Party, splitting the progressive vote with Elizabeth Warren, they were managed to just keep Bernie into second place again. But next time around, there is no clear establishment candidate. There isn't a Biden in the wings. There isn't a Hillary in the wings. There isn't, you know, the mainstream media has been largely discredited. MSNBC and CNN ratings are cratering, you know, so I am actually kind of optimistic that the person who comes out of the Democratic Party is probably going to be on the left flank. Maybe not. I could be wrong about that. But I think it's actually the best opportunity we've had. And politics has really, really changed in kind of fundamental ways that I don't think we understand yet. So my long-term prediction is Destiny will vote Republican in 2028. Take it to the fucking bank. If he's still talking about politics. You know, that there's a question about that, but we'll see.
Or still very gusty winds. The 14.
Mike, did you see this? Democrats let Republicans take control of the NLRB 2 years earlier than necessary. I literally just tweeted, Kamala Harris was such a powerful advocate for labor that she insulted the Teamsters and walked out of their endorsement interview and then wouldn't bother to show up and vote in the Senate to save the National Labor Relations Board for the next 4 years. What a progressive champion. The most pro-labor Democratic Party of my lifetime. There's a 20% chance Trump ends the government and takes over. He's an obese, like 80-year-old man. How many fat 80-year-olds do you know? How many? Let's get down to brass tacks. How many fat 80-year-olds do you know? It's like not that many, folks. The amount of cytokine storms this man is going to be suffering from McDonald's as he deregulates the meat. Like, this is the thing to keep in mind. Donald Trump is going to deregulate like fast food additives. And he loves McDonald's. This motherfucker ain't going to make it 8 years to do anything, okay? He's going to drop dead one day. Believe it. Vance and the other psychopaths of the GOP want to be president. They're not going to let Trump be dictator for life. First of all, like, all the people around Trump have no juice. There isn't anybody who's in the Trump lane who is actually anywhere near as charismatic as Trump, which is what he likes, by the way. If there was somebody as charismatic as him, like, he would fall. Do you think that the candidate will actually be more progressive or just seem that way as Trump pushes further right? I don't know. We'll see. Kissinger was rotund and made it to 90 plus. I mean, I guess you're right. He is the president. They probably have 80 doctors monitoring every single variable they can.
Freeway as well through the Newhall Pass. Areas along the 210 stretching all the way towards the 15 freeway. Downwind through the Cajon Pass, also experiencing some very strong gusts all the way out to the IE. If you're planning on heading on the 10 freeway to the Coachella Valley, also being impacted by those incredibly strong, powerful Santa Ana winds. So just about anywhere, perhaps you avoid traveling, rearrange your travel plans. And I just want to show you this Caltrans camera look. This is through Mid-City, 10 as well as eastbound side of the 10 freeway, west and eastbound side of the 10 at Crenshaw Boulevard. Traffic moving along fine, but also wanted to point out, look how windy it is through Mid-City. The trees are still blowing, and in the distance, you can see that thick haze reducing visibility as you head closer to the fire zone. A reminder, stay away from the fire areas as our firefighters work tirelessly to keep the community safe. Back to you, too.
And speaking of traveling, I know a lot of people are going different areas, right, because maybe evacuations, but keep in mind you can get all the information you need right here on Fox 11 by downloading the free Fox local app. So wherever you're going to stay safe, please make sure you have that resource. It is available for free. You just download it, the Fox local app. You could get all this information. All right, the fast-moving Palisades fire, of course, we've been talking about this. It's scorched already 5,000 acres.
It's also put 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders. So we're going to Gigi right now. She is live at Gladstone's on PCH. Is that where you are right now, Gigi?
That's right. We're at PCH in Sunset, the very well-known restaurant, popular restaurant, has been here for decades, Gladstone's. We got word that the restaurant had been damaged. The bulk of the restaurant appears to be undamaged, but there is a fire burning. This appears to have been part of a tractor trailer once, but it looks like it's here permanently now. Most likely this metal trailer used for storage. It is on fire. It's destroyed on the inside, and the fire has spread to the garbage can area of the restaurant. The other part of the restaurant, though, does not appear to be affected, and hopefully this fire that is burning here will not continue to spread. We believe there are firefighters on the other side.
One of the things, and like, listen, I'm not trying to say that you should sit there and try to fight fires like an incompetent boob. I'm not saying to do that. However, if you have a wooden fence and it catches on fire, take your fucking, your guarded hose and put it out. Like, oh, what is this? Like, also, reporter, why don't you put the fire out? Like, I'm sorry, I know you're reporting on things, but one person with a bucket can put this fire out. This is fucking stupid. This is actually fucking stupid. Stop waiting around for everybody else to save you. This is dumbass shit. And this could actually spread and cause like a massive issue. Like, what the fuck is this? I understand, like, filming a fire that's way beyond the realm of a normal person to put out, but a normal person could put this shit out. What the fuck is this?
On the restaurant side, we just arrived here again, PCH and Sunset, and this is evidence that the fire yesterday jumped Pacific Coast Highway. There are multiple cars parked on the beach side, right next to the sand, that had been burned when the fire jumped the highway. Now, I want to go to some video. We drove Toyopa Drive in Pacific Palisades between Corpus Christi Catholic Church and Drummond, and I can tell you...
Sorry, but I turned my hose on and it goes drip, drip, drip. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, maybe you're out of water because the you know, the LA's infrastructure is shit. That's a good point.
Block after block.
This is something I wanted to show you guys. This is American infrastructure right now. This is American infrastructure now. Do you see this, Sparks? This is power lines that have been touched by trees because of the wind. Yeah, this you know, maybe an issue might be causing some fires. And no, guys, listen, Antifa started the fire, not the horrible American infrastructure. This is what's amazing about conservatives. You know what Elon Musk is posting today? You know what Elon Musk is posting today? They prioritize DEI over saving lives and homes. Now, listen here, chat. Listen. Everybody, I wanna have a poll. What's your favorite character? Are you like, if you and I got teleported back to 1998 and you got invited over to my house to play, you know, Nintendo 64 or Super Nintendo, and we played Mario, would you want controller 1 and be Mario, or would you want controller 2 and be Luigi? Which one would you guys want? Because for me, I always played Luigi. I always liked Luigi's color scheme better than Mario's color scheme. I like the green and white. You know, I was always a Luigi player, you know. Everybody here is player 2. See, this is why you're all leftists. Because you would give up the player 1. You know, you would let your younger sibling have Mario. That's what I would do. I would play Luigi. California fires are an act of God. You can mock government, but you can't mock God.
There were no houses standing. When you say it appears to be a war zone, a disaster zone, the damage is catastrophic, it doesn't even begin to do justice to what we are seeing. House after house, for block after block, destroyed. This again, Toyopa Drive between Corpus Christi Catholic Church, which is severely damaged. We believe the sanctuary has now collapsed. At least one huge building is a total loss. And Drummond. And let's go to this. A lot of talk on Sunset Boulevard, the grocery store. Again, you know, the heart of the community. We saw the public library on fire. We saw the church on fire. Rouse on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard destroyed. It is just the walls are standing. And take a look at this video that we shot for you early this morning. This is what we saw up and down Sunset Boulevard. This is on Sunset and Rivas Canyon, where homes were burning on both sides of Sunset Boulevard, on both corners of Sunset. Homes completely destroyed. No firefighters in sight. Again, firefighters stretched thin. They're trying to save the homes that they can. Some homes are just left to burn when the loss is too great and they cannot save them. And then you have the water issues, and we're going to be talking a lot about that in the coming weeks, as will LA City Fire. What happened to the water? Now, this isn't the first time that fires in this area have had water issues. Back in, I believe, the 1990s, there was a fire in Malibu, and they had huge water issues. During the 1993 Malibu fire, there was a lack of water, and they had to drain water from swimming pools, which we actually saw LA City firefighters do today near the church that was burning. There was a home that was just burning to the ground right in front of firefighters. They couldn't save it. They were trying to save the other home by using pool water. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita again. I'm on PCH here right next to Gladstone. I'm just going to ask him to turn the camera around and just show you how gray, how dark. We drove through parts of PCH where it just...
There it is, chat. You didn't put out the fire, and now it's growing, and there it is. Now it's too much. Unless you have firefighting equipment. There it is. Bye-bye.
Appeared almost to be nighttime.
Like, for example, what you could have done is you see a piece of fence burning, you rip down the fence that's connected to the building. You know? Just something, you know, intervening in any way instead of just being a bystander piece of shit. And this is what's wrong with America in a nutshell. is that everybody thinks that somebody else is going to save you, some celebrity, some politician, some bureaucrat, some fucking organization, something. Everyone's going to take care of you. You're just a bystander with a fucking iPhone camera. That's everybody in America these days. So are you surprised that everything sucks? You know what? I'll give you an example of something that really pissed me off. I went to a friend's apartment building, and there was a piece of trash sitting in the hallway. It's like not a big piece of trash, not something that's super disgusting. I think it was like a Lay's snack bag. It was just sitting there. I was sitting there in the hallway. And so I came and I hung out with my friend. I left. It was still there. Came back 3 weeks later. It was still there. And I picked it up and I threw it away in their trash can. And I was like, I didn't say anything, but I remembered it. And I was just like, what is wrong with you? I was just thinking to myself, what is wrong with you and all of your neighbors? It's just like, you see a piece of trash, it's in a common area that you constantly frequent, and you just let it sit there and you just let it rot. Actually, you know, it was just so antisocial, but it was so small, but it felt so antisocial. And I was just like, how do I even start? How do you even start with that? Like, where do you even begin to fix problems like that? As far as we can tell, global methane concentrations haven't been this high in over 50 million years. We're rapidly turning this planet into something that's never existed before. But have you considered we made shareholder value for a fucking month?
This fire continues to find fresh fuel to burn, and sadly, that fresh fuel...
He is encouraging people in a government-mandated evacuation zone to fight their own fires. That's not what I'm saying. I have never said that. What I said is, if you see a small fire in your immediate vicinity, take active steps to suppress it. And don't just sit there with your iPhone camera. If you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, evacuate immediately. But, you know, these journalists are standing right next to a fire and they watch it just spread out of control. That's fucking insane. And it started with a few embers.
Includes homes. The loss is going to be on a very large scale. And even more importantly, you heard Sheriff Robert Luna report this morning that they have reports of 2 fatalities. We don't know, and we broke the story early this morning, that a man was found here on Pacific Coast Highway with severe burns to almost his entire body. At one point, the rescuers thought he was naked because the fire had burned the clothes off of his body. He was in extremely critical condition, taken to the hospital, fighting for his life. We do not know if that is one of the 2 fatalities. We will learn more about that in the coming days. But that truly is the big story here. The loss of life, and of course, all the folks that are in the hospital with smoke inhalation, with some serious burns, including a firefighter with a serious head injury. I'm Gigi Graciette, live in Pacific Palisades. We're on Pacific Coast Highway. You're looking live at Gladstone's, the side of the restaurant, the garbage area, and an area used for storage have been now destroyed. And of course, we're hoping that the fire doesn't spread to this restaurant.
Gigi, you're showing us pictures of the fire jumping PCH over to the ocean side, and we saw pictures and images earlier of some of the lifeguard towers completely up in flames too. Is that near where you are? I don't know if she can hear me at this point.
Maybe we lost her. Did we
yes, yes, I'm sorry. Our signal.
Go ahead.
You know, that's another thing that everybody is dealing with, and we saw this during the Malibu fire, too, is the lack of cell signals, the cell towers that are burned, that go down, and our signals have been spotty all morning long. It's like very, very frustrating. Thankfully, the firefighters and the first responders, they have their radio communications, which have not been affected. But you were mentioning that lifeguard tower burned to the ground. A lot of folks, we believe, moved their cars across the street to the ocean side, thinking it would be safe there, and unfortunately, it wasn't. They weren't safe. We saw multiple cars just burnt, just the shell of what was a car on the ocean side.
Wow, just goes to show how violent those winds were overnight. Clearly, we're not out of the woods yet, as we've been listening to Maria and Samada tell us the forecast coming up. But it's a very different look right now with daylight, and you can see just how devastating this fire continues to rage in the Palisades area. Thank you so much, Gigi. And please wear your mask, because the air quality, you could just tell right there, is very dangerous. With first responders there on the beach wearing their masks.
Thank you.
Well, I can't wait to see. What are they going to do?
All right, so from Gigi, we're going to go over to Mario. He's in the San Fernando Valley. We're staying on top of the developments there because you have been covering the Hearst fire this morning.
That's right, and the Hearst fire is still burning out of control, about 500 acres, 505 to be exact. And we heard in that news conference a little earlier this morning that 3,000 residents here in this area remain under mandatory evacuation orders. Now, I want to show you the activity that we've been watching here from our vantage point along Sombrero and Sycamore here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community. Now, there are hundreds of homes here in this gated community. We've seen multiple agencies, LA City and County, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service crews responding to this blaze. Police officers also stationed here in the neighborhood. This all began, it was first reported around 10 o'clock last night, stretching to about 500 acres in a few hours.
This area, we just got an air quality alert. It is now very unhealthy. Health effects will be immediately felt by sensitive groups and should avoid outdoor activity. Healthy individuals are likely to experience difficulty breathing and throat irritation. Consider staying indoors and rescheduling outdoor activities. The large particulate matter is very unhealthy. Particulate matter that are inhalable pollute particles with a diameter less than 10 micrometers. Particles that are larger than 2.5 micrometers can be deposited into airways, resulting in health issues. Exposure can result in eye and throat irritation, coughing or difficulty breathing, and aggravated asthma. More frequent and excessive exposure can result in more serious health effects. And it's also unhealthy for a fine particulate matter, which is particles less than 2.5 micrometers that can enter the lungs and bloodstream, resulting in serious health issues. Most severe impacts are on the lungs and heart. Exposure can result in coughing or difficulty breathing, aggravated asthma, and the development of chronic respiratory disease.
Home behind it is a densely wooded area. You can see the fences on fire, the embers blowing over this swimming pool right here at this home on Altadena. The firefighters have been essentially just running and gunning here, trying to get water on some of these hot spots. So far, oh my gosh, it looks like the back of this house is catching. Oh my gosh. The back of this house is on fire. Oh geez. I mean,
that John has some experience as being an emergency medic as well. So, John, we do want you to be safe. You know, we know that you're doing your best to try and help. But you know, these are not times right now to test.
John, if you
see, he violated the ultimate rule of journalism. He intervened. For those who are living in the area don't have a good air filter, these are extremely effective. It can be built cheap and fast. The Corsi Rosenthal box. Okay, yeah, seems good.
Of course.
Pissing into the wind? Not really. Not really. I mean, you know, the way that's the reality is that fires start from small embers. If you see an ember and you extinguish it and you prevent a larger fire, like, it is what it is. Maybe there will be more fires that start, and maybe he'll get pushed back anyway. But for the time being, he stopped that fire right at its source for that house, for that moment. That's how you fight fires, man. And I'm not saying this is the thing that you should be going out and doing. I'm not saying that at all. But if you're standing next to an ember and it catches fire, stomp it out. Like, what are you doing? Be empowered to, like, be a human being.
We'll continue to basically compare and contrast because obviously Los Angeles County has seen many fires throughout its history. But this one, as we've heard from experts, officials, Maria Zamata talk about just how different this one is in the way these erratic winds are behaving and so unpredictable, which makes it all the more scary. I want to show you a look at the map of the Hearst fire where Mario is. A little over 500 acres have burned so far. Officials are warning that the worsening winds could spread, though, this fire much farther out. Smoke advisory in effect, and residents, of course, urged to stay indoors. If you're able to stay indoors, please do so. And if you have like an air purifier too, it would be very useful to put that on as well.
That's right. And for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters have been set up. Those are located at Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima, the Northridge Park Center also on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center on Kester Avenue in Panorama City. And for those with large animals like horses, many residents in that area do have those horses. You can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Horse owners can also contact the Compton Cowboys for assistance. CEO and founder Randy Savvy is offering assistance, emergency assistance for evacuation of those types of animals who need to transport their horses to safety. He is getting a lot of messages right now from residents who do need his help, and he's actually joining us on the phone right now to get us some more information. Randy, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the service you're offering.
Hey guys, I appreciate being here. I am en route right now, taking a bunch of messages. I'm getting a bunch of back and forth. It looks like a lot of help is coming in though, so a lot of the runs that I'm getting started to go within like 5 or 10 minutes, people are saying, oh, you know, trailers are getting there, those horses are cleared. So I'm happy to hear that, but I am still on the route. I'm still taking phone calls. I'm still in my rig, so I got a few things coming in, so we'll see what's up.
How many horses would you say are in need of a shelter or protection at this point? We're seeing video of a lot of owners of ranches evacuating their horses overnight.
There are thousands of horses in Los Angeles and Greater Los Angeles. People don't realize how widespread and how prominent the horse community is in LA, because we're not like a southern or one of those northern or midwestern states. People don't associate us with like farming and ranching. But in LA, there are so many horse people, all different kinds. You got rancheros and vaqueros and charros from the Mexican community. You got black and white cowboys all over, even some natives. You got people that do hunter jumpers, all types of horses and all type of discipline and horse lovers all over the county. So I would definitely say thousands.
So what is the best way for people to contact you if they're in need of your services?
They can definitely text me to my phone number. Our number is 818-312-5936.
Okay, and we're showing your information
again,
as well for Instagram and your website, but give us your number again.
818-312-5936.
Now, can you...
my name is Randy. And I have I'm pulling a big 6-horse polo trailer in a big rig, so I can fit some, if you got little ones, I could probably take about 8 of them. If you got big ones, really big ones, I could probably get about 5 of them in here, easy.
Okay. Randy, you're a local, obviously. We talked a little bit about how we compare and contrast of past fires to what we're seeing now. Can you talk a little bit about what your experience has been and how you would rate this fire and how severe and dire the situation is?
I'm sorry, say that for me one more time. I'm a little going through some bad service. Say that for one more time.
No problem. Just your past experience in dealing with wildfires and fires, and how this is different from past experiences.
Well, you know, like the fires have never. I mean, I always see them here in the valleys, and they happen, but they seem to get contained pretty quickly. I haven't ever seen them be so profound and so widespread and so near to home. It happens so fast. I'm getting a bunch of phone calls, guys, though. I got a bunch of people that are calling about rescue, so I might have to run really quick.
Okay, thank you so much.
The Compton Cowboys group offering horse assistance. The Compton Cowboys. Honestly, like, oh man, that's great. That's the thing that's like the America that I like. You know what I mean? Like, that's the America that I like. One of the things that's really frustrating is whenever people encounter, and this is such a good tweet, I wanted to show it to you. When we experience a breakdown of emergency response during these catastrophes, people say, this is like a third world country. LA cuts its fire department budget and increased the budget for the police. That's just the United States of America. Yeah.
My heart goes out, obviously, to the people with their homes, and I'm watching the small businesses around us go up in flames. This is people's livelihoods, so it's devastating. But what is most concerning to me is our first responders and our firefighters who are trying to battle this. There's no water in the Palisades. There's no water coming out of the fire hydrants. This is an absolute mismanagement by the city. It's not the firefighters' fault, but it's by the city. And I'm going to be very honest. We've got a mayor that's out of the country, and we've got a city that's burning, and there's no resources to put out.
Rick Caruso is the right-wing LA mayor candidate that TYT supported. But that being said, he's a former Republican billionaire real estate developer. So amazing.
Fire. So if you look at your pictures, you don't see the firefighters there because there's nothing they can do. And it looks like we're in a third world country here. And we've got a lot of tough questions that we need to ask the mayor and the city council and our representatives and the county representatives. Why didn't you work to mitigate this? What was your brush mitigation program? I heard you earlier talking about it's been dry because there hasn't been rain. That's not the biggest problem here. The brush up in these hills that are controlled by the city and the county, I would bet you that if they haven't been handled, mitigated, pruned, removed for probably 30 or 40 years. This was a disaster waiting to happen. And what's predictable is preventable. And who's paying the price are all of these people in their homes and their businesses tonight. Now, we'll rebuild, but the majority of this community is going to have a tough time rebuilding their lives.
It's not a third world country when you refuse to spend the money. It's not like everybody hasn't been talking about climate change. It's not like every single one of us out here who are left-wingers who have been explaining that this is what's going to happen and it's going to happen more, and we need to stop spending money on foreign wars and we need to start spending money at home to build up our infrastructure, to be ready, to build up our emergency response, to have preventative systems in place. And instead what we've done is we've allowed our country to get worse. Do we know if it was a criminal fire yet? Of course it was a criminal fire. But the criminal is the big corporations and the electric utility that makes billions of dollars in profit and refuses to update its equipment. You have a 100-year-old equipment causing fires.
Well, Ainsley, it is a nightmare situation for Southern California and LA County. This is supposed to be the wet season, right? We have no rain. Of course.
Hold on, let me show you this.
Woolsey fire, the fire out in Malibu back in 2018, that was huge. I mean, in terms of fires actually this close to, Los Angeles proper, it's the biggest I have ever seen for absolute certain. And, I mean, I live a good, I want to say probably 3 or 4 miles that way in Santa Monica, and the current evacuation zone is a few blocks from my house. If this fire were to get to Santa Monica, this would be one of the most devastating nights we could imagine. I can't contemplate that. And so maybe that tells us a little bit about why people didn't evacuate early. I can't contemplate my house going on fire. So, I'm certainly cutting people slack for that. But, when they come back, some people are going to come back to nothing. But at least they'll be alive.
Yeah. I mean, Nick, a lot of people watching.
By the way, the air quality is dangerous now in LA. I covered that. I just showed you this, but just to recall, it's now dangerous air in LA. A lot of people talk about it's incredibly dangerous air quality in LA. So make sure that you are staying indoors. You have your HEPA filters on, and
are going to be worried about your safety right now. Are you and the team okay? How are you doing?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, listen, I'm standing on a road, which is a good idea. I'm feeling slightly, the heat from this is a little concerning. I think after I finish speaking to you, we're probably going to get out of here. And because now that it's dark, there are, fire trucks blocking the road. Once I've finished talking to you, I'm definitely going to chill out and move back just a little bit, just to keep safe and regroup, because, it's a pretty intense environment. And, the thing is...
And here's the thing, chat. I know it doesn't seem possible in this day and age, but entire cities have burned down, like, completely. Like, Chicago has completely burned down before. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, all of LA is not going to go up in flames. That's ridiculous. But large swaths of LA could certainly burn under the right conditions. It happened in London in 1666. But when did Chicago happen? 1877? We're creating conditions in the environment where a combination of poor infrastructure, urban sprawl, climate change is going to open up risks that we didn't think were possible.
Things can move so quickly. That's the problem. We were talking about those embers. An ember can drop, set a spot fire. Things can happen very, very fast in an environment like this. So once I say goodbye, we're going to leave.
And this is how that went, chat.
Close to the cars.
People left their cars on Palisades Drive, burning up the hillside, the palm trees, everything's going. And the wind and the firemen are great, but you can only do so much.
Back to our breaking news this hour. Los Angeles is under a state of emergency as firefighters race to stop two fast-moving wildfires. Strong winds in Southern California, they are making the Palisades fire spread at an alarming rate. And the concern is that it's going to get even worse on Wednesday, according to fire officials on the ground. Local officials adding that at least 30,000 residents have been evacuated from their homes already. And there's concern that there'll be need for more evacuations. The Los Angeles Fire Department is even asking off-duty members to potentially help push back some of the flames. In the meantime, the Eaton fire roared to life just a few hours ago, quickly burning an area larger than 150 American football fields. Both fires are at 0% containment so far. CNN has several crews across the region trying to work as safely as possible to bring you the very latest pictures on the ground and the stories of those affected, including from inside the areas torched by the wildfires. CNN's Natasha Chen and her team captured some of this video leaving their location in Santa Monica, California earlier today. With a lot of experience on board, she says that it was, quote, the most terrifying exit that we've made from any assignment in a long time. Here's more of what she saw.
We were there from about noon until about just after 6 p.m. local time when we had finished our last live shot. And I guess what we hadn't quite surmised was exactly how bad it had gotten south of us on Pacific Coast Highway. And that's the way we came in to get to our spot to cover the fire. And we knew that we had heard reports that the flame jumped the highway, but I guess we had not seen with our own eyes just exactly what that meant and what that looked like for us getting out of there. So at the end of the night, you know, we pulled up to a fire truck and kind of waved at a firefighter and said, hey, where do you think is the best way for us to leave, to get out of here? He kind of shook his head at us and said, well, I guess you go south. And so that's what we did. Pretty quickly realizing that there were flames on both sides of the highway. There were embers flying over the lanes of the highway. I spotted an emergency vehicle and decided our best bet is to just follow that car, to follow right behind him as closely as possible. If he's driving, then he's probably knowing the best way out. So as we're driving behind this emergency vehicle, I'm hearing an explosion on my right. There are houses on fire right up against the road on the left. And as I mentioned, embers flying. And so at this point, Rosemary, I'm just holding my breath. And I can feel the heat from inside the car, just watching the embers fly across the windshield. So not ideal. In that kind of... you know, we get put on a lot of of risky assignments, and in this situation, we had to make a calculated risk for the best way to leave. And I think, you know, thankfully we got out of there, and we got
the Discord,
a real
we have
look
a
at
channel for the
just
fires
the
now.
level of destruction and really the fear that a lot of those residents might be feeling if they're looking at those images on the news. If they've evacuated, I can't imagine. They're wondering if their house is the next one on fire, if they have anything to go home to.
Our thanks to Natasha and her team. Joining me now is Ariel Cohen, meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. Ariel, we are so lucky to have you right now. We know you guys are extremely busy, but if you could just help us and our viewers around the world really understand what this combination of different factors has been that made this fire get so bad in the first place and affect tens of thousands of residents.
First of all, I want to say that this is a very heartbreaking situation. It is incredibly sad to see what society is going through during this exceptionally destructive event. I can't emphasize it enough. On behalf of the National Weather Service, our hearts go out to everyone who is being impacted by these fires. You know, we're in the midst of a destructive windstorm right now, a once in a decade or 2 decade type of wind event.
They just had a hurricane like last year in LA, by the way.
With winds now gusting upwards of nearly 100 miles per hour across the San
Goldvein says, I've been evacuated twice and been on warning for 4 fires in Northern California. This is something that won't ever stop. Oh, yeah.
And Gabriel Mountains and the nearby foothills, and then also across the Santa Monica Mountains, extending across parts of the Los Angeles Basin area where we're having trees coming down, significant structural damage already occurring, and it will only get worse overnight. And then with the very dry air mass that settled over the area, a very rare, volatile combination of parameters has come together to fuel the explosive development of
his grandma had painted. I was helping him put it in the car because he was so afraid that the fire from this house has completely burned down.
Santa Monica Mountains and towards Malibu. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a rare category of red flag warning that we use for the worst of the worst conditions that can come together to create the rapid spread of fires that
the place I went to had to evacuate too. Yeah.
Rapidly raging paths of destruction. We're seeing that come to fruition. And, you know, when we're making these forecasts, when we're making these messages, you know, these
Donald Trump's post. Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rated snowmelt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He is to blame for this. On top of it all, no water for fire hydrants, not firefighting planes. A true disaster. Thank God Joe Biden is in the White House, chat. I know about you. Thank God. I just feel so secure and safe. Sometimes when I'm talking about this stuff, I start to get depressed because not because I did anything wrong. It's because it's like, what am I doing wrong? What is Hassan doing wrong? What is Bernie doing wrong? Like, what are we doing wrong that so many people are just afraid to stand up for what's right? Like, what are we doing wrong? Like, what are you fuckers afraid of? Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on? What is the DNC failing at? I mean, like, obviously, you're not drowning out the cacophony of moneyed pundits and streamers' disinformation campaigns. I mean, what can I do? What can I do? Like, I've tried, I've tried very hard to provide arguments. I've tried to be, and people attack me for just total bullshit. I just don't get it. Like, there was a thread on LSF about how I'm anti-Semitic because I read a guy's name while Googling it on the other monitor. Like, people legitimately are like, I mean, I know it was I got 100 up, I got 900 upvotes or whatever. It's a fucking like, brigaded post. But like, why are they brigading that? Like, what's going on in their heads? Like, what is going on in the Destiny viewer head that makes them think that is a good thing to do? I'm like, it doesn't even bother me. It's just like vexing in a certain sense of like, what are you doing with your life right now, man? Like, look at what's going on in the world. Donald Trump won. Everything you said was true failed. Like, Destiny told you that Joe Biden was the right person, right? And that Kamala Harris is a good candidate. And that, yeah, we shouldn't try to, bully Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin and like, AOC and all of us are economically illiterate. We're the bad guys, right? And everything you said failed completely. And the way you react to that, instead of like having a moment of self-reflection, is to just lash out and try to attack us and, ally with MAGA to try to get us in prison. Like, what's going on, man? Personal grievance through the lens of parasocial psychopathy. I mean, but parasocial of what? A revenge pornographer who has no credentials and no expertise and no achievements? Like, what is going on here? I don't get it. I don't get it. It's one of those moments where I'm just like, what is going wrong with people?
These correspond to real world impacts. And it's so sad to see what's going on. And we urge everyone to stay at a high state of readiness as we head through the overnight hours into tomorrow, as this will only get worse.
It is absolutely heartbreaking, the idea that the worst could possibly still be ahead for so many people, Ariel, and we certainly join you in wishing so many of these people just a safe way out. I wonder, some of the surrounding regions, you know the area. For those viewers that are watching, those viewers who are listening right now that perhaps have not been evacuated but may have to make that decision, what are some of those surrounding regions around?
Okay, I'm going to close this one. And, we've got some aerial views of LA.
A lot of vegetation really close to the structures.
No resources here.
Oh, there's Josh. Again, that's the Palisades fire that Josh is covering for us. There's a side-by-side view. The Palisades fire and then the Eaton fire burning near Pasadena. Scott Reif live in Air 7 over that fire. Scott, we were looking at that very nice development, those beautiful big homes. But even those new homes, it just seemed like they have a lot of vegetation really close to the structures.
They do, you know, I mean, you want your home to look beautiful, right? You plant some nice big trees, and then we have no rain for, 8 months, and then we have these winds kick up, and everything is so dry, it just goes up so quickly. We have several homes here. You see that one on the top of your screen now?
Fire, we have the Woodley fire, we have the Eaton fire within the greater LA region.
So these homes are just going to be extremely difficult
this is the Palisades and Eaton fire from,
I'm more concerned.
As you can
I
see,
think they'll save these homes. Everybody's out of this area. From what I can tell, the evacuations are been in full force in this area since early yesterday, or I should say late yesterday afternoon.
There's now
I
the
think
Hearst
this fire
fire
broke
as well,
out around 6:30. And boy, it just completely came down the hill so quickly with these winds. It was nearly impossible to try and protect all of this. But this residential area, that tract right there, certainly we're going to lose a lot of homes there. But if it gets down a little further south and it gets down towards some of those homes that are wooded and a lot of wood, a lot of growth around them. I mean, if you're familiar with Pasadena, at the north end of Pasadena up towards Altadena, if it starts headed down in that area, that's really where it is, right in there. We just can't see it through the smoke. You have so many of those old homes, those beautiful old homes, and they're nestled up in huge trees, row after row after row. And once those start, it's going to be really difficult to save those homes. I'd like to give you a wide shot, as wide as I can once again, because the perspective is eerie. Now, we're basically over the 2 and the 210 north of that, on the southern edge of the Angeles National Forest, and we're looking east. So Mount Wilson is off the left side of your screen. The fire is burning from the north to the south. It's burning down towards Pasadena. We don't have a lot of information right now. It's pretty scattered, but I believe this fire has burned its way into Pasadena, and those homes there you see, right in there. Can you go to satellite view for me, Marcel? Because if we see on the satellite view, once we push in there, all of these homes in here, they're older homes. They have a lot of growth around them, and it's going to be extremely difficult to save those in these types of winds once it gets down into that area. So that's the battle right now. As far as the aircrafts are concerned, we're still waiting for the helicopters. We do understand there may be a helitanker or even an air tanker en route to this fire. We just heard something about that. Also over the Palisades fire where Josh is, we understand there's an air attack aircraft up. So the air attack is up right now, assessing the situation and trying to figure out exactly where they're going to send the resources. They put together a plan, and then they'll send the helicopters in, and then hopefully they'll send in the tankers. Now, the tankers, the helitankers, we talk about them, but when we talk about the air tankers, they drop the FOS check, and they are so critical in surrounding a fire and stopping the fire from growing. There's one thing, the battle of the fire itself, and firefighters first and foremost trying to save lives, and then trying to save the homes, and the helicopters will aid in saving those homes. They'll drop right on the flames. The tankers, the air tankers for the most part, are dropping FOS check around the outside of the fire, and they're allowing firefighters to say, okay, we got a FOS check line over there. We can put our resources somewhere else. We really don't think the fire is going to spread, let's say, to the east or to the north. We got a handle on that. We can just focus on where the fire is headed right now, and then with that, they can get a plan together on exactly how they're going to use their resources. But boy, we need those helicopters. We really, if you remember when we saw, was it the Franklin fire, the one that burned in
saying this as an aviation guy, flying in smoke is incredibly dangerous for jet engines, number one. So you have to have hardened jet engines. The other thing is, we're talking about 100-mile-an-hour winds. And so that is going to cause firefighting planes have to fly low. So they got to fly low, they got to fly slow, and you're adding 100-mile-an-hour winds makes it very dangerous, because when you fly in a wind, if it is a crosswind, it's going to push you. So you don't fly in the direction that you face. You have to crab into the wind and fly like this. Do you see what let me see if I can find an example.
Malibu just a bit ago. Well, remember when we saw the night that it broke out, it just consumed so much and it got into those homes. But the next morning the wind died down and we had like 8 helicopters, the big helicopters making water drops. And that was the difference between losing a couple homes and losing a couple hundred homes, because they could get in there and they could stop that fire before it went right down into Malibu, where you had so many homes that were threatened. Today, unfortunately, this fire is so big, both of them combined, that we're spreading our resources so thin. We just don't have enough helicopters to send it to both fires and make a huge difference. And so they're going to do the best that they can with what they have.
You have to have a wing correction. You have like your heading, your magnetic heading, and then but you have wind, and then you have your actual ground track. So you have to. So when you're flying low and slow, you're getting pushed in a getting pushed to the side. You can't face the direction you want to fly if you have a crosswind. Flying in 100-mile-an-hour crosswinds to do firefighting has got to be some of the most dangerous fucking flying that you can do.
After we've gotten back from flying, we save someone's house or save someone's crop, because that's their livelihood and that's how they make their living. That's well worth the risk that we take.
When wildfires spread, they can be too powerful for firefighters on the ground.
Laps 10, ready for the water.
That's where aerial firefighters come in.
Set power. Power set. Auto feathers armed. Right there. Feel that? There it is. Scooper 282 is inbound, loaded for the drop. And 3, 2, 1, drop. Loads away.
These are the pilots who operate specially built aircraft to target a fire with more than 1,000 gallons of water, working with agencies like the U.S. Forest Service and state governments.
We're seeing a massive wildfire threat worldwide, and it's straining the infrastructure of a system that was designed for a 2 to 3 month fire season into a persistent year-round threat. Our people are trained and tailored to ensure that we're providing the absolute best support.
By the way, chat, federal firefighters, because the government shutdown is being threatened, if the government shuts down, the wildfire firefighter, professional federal wildfire firefighters are going to get paid $15 an hour. So they're all quitting. Meanwhile, we spent another $1 trillion on the F-35.
On time, on target, because after all, the fires are won and lost on the ground.
In January, we spent 3 days with Bridger Aerospace in Mesa, Arizona, to see its pilots train and recertify ahead of what's expected to be a very busy fire season. CEO Tim Sheehy is a former Navy SEAL, and he's also getting his annual retraining to pilot.
This is a privatized company, is what we're seeing. This is a privatized company. Profit, profit, profit. PMC firefighting, awesome. Like, I didn't expect to be so pissed off today, but like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. A sudden shower of embers ignites the entire landscape. Look at this. Goes from nothing to... Here's another time lapse. This morning, yeah.
Never, ever, ever seen anything like this. I've been living here for 6 years. There's so much smoke that it is blocking the sun. You can actually. can actually see it. You 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 can actu See how dark it is over here. This is where the Eaton fire is, over in there. Crazy. Never, ever, ever seen anything like this. I've been living here for 6 years.
I just want to
so
know,
much
where is
smoke.
Biden in all this? Where are other countries' support? Okay, first of all, this is the world superpower. We have 13 carrier battle groups, you know, spread out across the world. I don't think we need Mexico's help. What we need is the richest country in the world to actually tax the fucking rich and provide benefits, because this is the environment we live in. Federal wildland firefighters are bracing to lose their $20,000 retention bonuses if Congress does not prevent a government shutdown that would affect millions of workers before the Christmas holiday. The firefighters have fought for years to establish a permanent pay fix for a job in which some earn as little as $15 an hour for dangerous, back-breaking work. If Congress fails to pass another resolution this week, federal firefighters will not receive their bonuses. We will lose everyone, says Steve Gutierrez, a member of an elite hotshot crew who left the U.S. Forest Service after 15 years to advocate on behalf of firefighters with the National Federation of Federal Employees. These folks deserve a living wage. The future is going to be a tough road ahead. The reality is, this is what a Green New Deal would have done. A Green New Deal would have hired hundreds of thousands of firefighters, or as many as we needed. It would have hardened the electrical grid, creating underground lines. It would have managed with fire and forest management resources. This is all in the Green New Deal. Here's Bernie Sanders' campaign website. In case you're wondering why Bernie Sanders losing was fucking terrible, here it is. The Green New Deal, Bernie Sanders. Climate change is a global emergency. The Amazon rainforest is burning. Greenland's ice shelf is melting. The Arctic is on fire. People across the country and world are already experiencing the deadly consequences of our climate crisis as extreme weather events like heat waves, wildfires, droughts, floods, and hurricanes upend entire communities, ecosystems, economies, ways of life, as well as endanger millions of lives. In order to remain resilient to the climate impacts we know are coming, we must repair our crumbling infrastructure. Our outdated and dangerous national infrastructure is not ready to withstand impacts like floods, hurricanes, or wildfires. Bernie has introduced legislation to rebuild America's aging drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. They're running out of water when they fight the fires. This is the water system funding. He wanted to build 7.4 million affordable housing units, guys. We would have housing crisis. This is what we didn't get. Increased funding for firefighting to deal with the most frequent and severe wildfires. In order to be able to quickly and effectively respond to wildfires, we will expand the wildfire restoration and disaster preparedness workforce. We will increase funding for firefighting by $18 billion. That's it. We just sent $8 billion to fucking Israel for federal firefighters to deal with the increased severity and frequency of wildfires. Because we have already seen deaths related to the increased severity and intensity of wildfires, we must facilitate community evacuation plans that include people experiencing homelessness and increase social cohesion for rapid and resilient recovery from climate impacts to avoid the use of martial law and increased policing and disaster response. Like, it's right there. It's right there. The problem would have not existed, or we would have worked very close to be solving it as much as possible, because nothing is perfect, right? But Bernie Sanders was right there saying exactly what we needed to do. And I showed you earlier, Dianne Feinstein said, we don't want to have a Green New Deal. And people will be like, the left just criticizes things. It doesn't have any plans. So that kind of lie, right? Like that kind of lie where it's like, Bernie Sanders just criticizes. He doesn't, the leftists always criticize. They never have any. I'm scrolling the plans, by the way. This is the plans. This is how much depth was in the plan on the campaign website. This isn't some white paper for, the staff to produce. This is what he publicly said he wanted to do. Pages upon pages upon pages of specific plans talking on everything. And instead of this, Barack Obama intervened. And this is why you need to stand up against these establishment Democrats and not be convinced that Gretchen Whitmer or Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newscum or any of these scumbags that blocked Bernie Sanders are going to do anything differently, or Kamala Harris or Elizabeth Warren. They're all the fucking same. But I don't want you to I don't want you for a moment to think that the left was confused or not ready. California fires is hard proof. We need a massive investment in emergency services for these disasters, but this country is more likely to create Uber for evac choppers that only rich people can afford.
Wind certainly is the
Thank you
big
for the
factor
support,
here.
by the way.
It's a wind-driven fire. We see this home on the top of your screen. That just took off. You see the home in the middle of your shot. That's on fire. That's going to be lost. They're trying to knock that down as best they can, because once you get inside, a fire starts consuming a home. There's a lot of fuel in there, and of course there's a lot of embers in there. And those are thick embers that could travel, you know, a mile and then start a spot fire somewhere else. So they really want to try and do the best they can, but they only have one engine there, it looks like, that has the ability to get water on that home, and right now they're just hoping it doesn't spread to others. Tilt up a little bit. That home looks lost right there in the middle. On the top of your screen, there's another home. I believe this was Chapman Court, if I'm not mistaken. There's another home that was lost. Lilac Canyon Lane, actually. There's another home that is lost, and all of these homes are immediately threatened because they really don't have enough resources to protect them all. So, boy, it's a sad day. It's been a sad couple days. These fires, they're heartbreaking, and I feel for these folks. I had a couple burn right up to my home. I know what it's like to be evacuated, but that's a struggle as well, and then I know what it's like to try and find a place to go. You know what happens when you have this many evacuations, if you don't have a family member to go live with, you got to go to a hotel, and guess what? You start checking the hotels, and they're all booked, and you have to travel a long ways to find one. That happened to me in the Woolsey fire. So we're just keeping an eye on it from the air, but unfortunately, what we're seeing right now does not look good. We're going to have a long couple of days ahead of us. It's going to be a real struggle until the winds die down. If the winds die down, if we could just get a day with little to no wind, I think they'll make some progress. But in the meantime, this is going to be extremely tough.
Scott, thank you so much. As you keep an eye on that, just those heroic actions by firefighters, especially given the resources they have. We've got some information just coming into the Eyewitness newsroom about the Getty Villa in Pacific Palisades. The statement is that the Getty Villa in Pacific Palisades remains safe and intact this morning, January 8th, and will be closed at least through early next week. While trees and vegetation on the property have burned, Getty structures have been unaffected, and thankfully both staff and the collections are safe. So that's the latest information and update on the Getty Villa.
We want to return now to Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell, who is live in Pacific Palisades, where this crisis feels incomprehensible. We have learned that incredibly 1,000 structures have burned there. Josh, what is the latest?
The latest is that more homes continue to burn here. This home just went up on Rivoli Drive and Amalfi, and now the home to the left and to the right of it are both starting to catch fire. And the biggest problem, Rachel, Leslie, and John, Tim, can we pan and show? There's only one fire engine here. This is from Santa Clara, California. These guys are doing the absolute best that they can, but behind their truck, you'll see that actually an ember from that home about 150 feet away blew and caught the shrubs of these two homes, and they tried to put out that fire so those homes didn't catch fire. There are just not enough resources here. Again, one engine, as we bring you back right now, there is a home that is completely engulfed right now. And the reason why we came here, as I've been reporting, is that a woman, and this has happened a few times in the Palisades Riviera community, a woman came up to me. She was crying. She said, my house is burning right now on Rivoli Drive. Can you please help me? I had to tell her that we are with ABC 7 Eyewitness News. We're not firefighters.
The grounds of the Getty Villa, home to 44,000 Greek, Roman, and Etruscan antiquities, are now burning. Makes you think about all the times that people got really mad at climate activists for throwing like super stuff at paintings, and I wasn't a fan of that. I really wasn't a fan of that. I didn't think that was I don't think people are confused about climate activism or like the climate. I don't think that was a good idea. But that being said, there was a huge over freak out about it. And climate change is destroying far more of our shared cultural heritage than any climate activist. Remember when people got upset that a tiny number of climate activists were doing minor, easily repairable damage to a handful of paintings? Will those people now acknowledge that climate change is itself a far bigger threat to the cultural inheritance of humanity? No, they will not. That's a serious straw man. Shut the fuck up. Eaton Fire is now 10,600 acres. Whoa. Whoa. It grew 5 times. This is according to, okay. Is there an actual attribution? Like what's the source? Okay. It's a Twitter account. So let's keep ourselves. I mean, I'm sure that's right, but let's keep ourselves, connected to official. California's inmate firefighter crews are dwindling just as the state starts to burn. Well, you know that the inmate firefighters can't get a job as a regular firefighter when they leave prison. They're banned.
Palisades Drive. There's communities further to the south on Palisades Drive and further to the north where the road kind of bends. We're working on getting exact addresses for you there, but you can see as Josh, our photographer, kind of tilts down the road there are multiple homes that are currently on fire and other homes that are a complete loss. I've counted dozens of homes from this perspective that are currently on fire, once again, on Palisades Drive. And as we widen out the shot, you can see there's still a lot of fire activity in the area. All of the hills around the Palisades are still actively on fire, and as we continue to pan to the right, there's another hillside that we're working on getting you an exact address for this, but this appears to be the Topanga area, the Wildwood and the Fernwood communities along Tuna Canyon Road. We see a number of homes up in flames on that mountaintop. This appears to be near the Saddle Peak tower of antennas, and as we look at this shot here, you can see that home there that looks to be an amazing $1 million home, completely up in flames, a lot of black smoke coming up from there, and this fire appears to kind of skip from home to home for no particular reason, skipping some homes and completely destroying other homes. That one home at the top appears to be spared for now, but with the winds still continuing at a decent pace, that anything can still happen in the area. It is still quite dangerous to be in the area. Lots of evacuations still in place here. Evacuation warnings in place for all surrounding areas. If you think you need to go, you should probably go if you're in the general vicinity of the area. Now, the good news is here, the winds have started to at least decrease slightly. So we've been able to launch up here in the second Air 7 to come up here to the Palisades area and take a look at the Palisades fire, which is now 29,000 acres, as we've been reporting, as we continue to look at that home there, just completely engulfed in flames. But with that said, the fact that we've been able to launch means that other firefighting helicopters have been able to launch as well. I haven't been able to get eyes on any one of them doing water drops specifically right now, but I think they're doing a lot of their work on the other side of the fire. We're being kept on the north side of the fire, as we've been saying for the past 2 days now. Due to President Biden being in town, there are flight restrictions that are keeping us controlling where we're allowed to be at this point. So right now we're being kept on the north side of the fire, and I believe we're seeing some of those firefighting helicopters working on the south side of the fire. And just from what we've been able to tell, we believe they are starting to do work on that side of the fire, although we're working to get actual eyes on it so we can tell you for sure what's going on. We do know that fire tankers are en route to this fire as well. Those are those very large fixed wing tankers with the fire retardant. They can drop lines of fire retardant very, very long, and those can at least start bringing those containment numbers from 0 up into the teens and higher than that as we progress into day 2 and 3 of this fire event. And hopefully those fire tankers can help control this a little bit more as well. We do have some information, as Leslie, you reported a bit ago, that the Getty Villa has been reported to be safe. We are trying to get eyes on that as well. Once again, that is on the other side of the fire. So when we are able to get on that side of the fire, we will be able to bring that to you. We're also working to get eyes on Palisades High School. We want to see, confirm those many, many reports of damage, severe damage that has occurred at that high school. We've also gotten word from the Vice President's office. As we know, Vice President Kamala Harris lives in the Brentwood area, and we received a statement from a press secretary from her saying last night the Vice President's neighborhood in Los Angeles was put under an evacuation order. This is a quote. Continuing here, no one was in her home at the time. She and the second gentleman are praying for this.
Oh no, is Kamala Harris's house gonna burn down right as she leaves, I think that would absolutely be poetically. Obviously, that's a human tragedy, but it would be poetic, right? Like, it would be God's. It would be kind of like the final. It would be God kind of saying, like, yeah, you suck a little bit.
Safety of their fellow Californians, the heroic first responders and Secret Service personnel, end quote. So it appears that even though Kamala Harris's home may be in the area that is affected by these fires, there appears to be no concern there for the safety of the vice president at this time. And as we know, along those same lines, President Biden is staying in the Century City area, so he is not affected by these fires at this time as well, and he is going to be making his way back to Washington, D.C. Very shortly here for former President Carter's funeral, which is expected to take place tomorrow. As we continue to, I'm just getting a look at these pictures for the first time as well. The just devastating sight of the Palisades fire here that is now miles long, working from where the Palisades community kind of starts on the east end all the way to the west end, where the fire is now burning into the burn scar of that Franklin fire that we were dealing with a couple of weeks ago. So homes that were affected by that Franklin fire are, homes that maybe were spared by that Franklin fire are now being affected by this Palisades fire. Looking at the direction of the smoke right now, a lot of that smoke is still being pushed down, and that's telling us that at the surface level, at least, we're not feeling it too much up here at about 7,700 feet in our second Air 7, but down there on the surface we are seeing evidence of strong winds. Leslie Lopez has been telling us that those wind speeds are still up into the 20s and 30s and then some. Hopefully once again those die down as the day continues. But
why do a lot of leftists distrust Glenn Greenwald? His coverage seems... Glenn Greenwald is one of those people who really despises... I mean, first of all, he got paid a bunch of money by some billionaires. He does this contrarian act that's very annoying. But I will say this: I agree with him about left liberals. A lot of people who style themselves as leftist and then always fall in line with the Democratic Party, no matter what the Democratic Party does, are actually really pathetic. I'm not gonna lie. I do agree with him about that. That being said, he's kind of isolated himself by being a complete gadfly on all things, and also, taking money from billionaires. Anyone who steps out of line and doesn't mouth the right platitudes are harangued as faithless grifters. Very true. But he is actually making money from billionaires, though, right? That being said, I don't have a permanent problem with Glenn. Biden admits he may have not lasted another 4 years in office. Do you guys think he's gonna actually survive 4 years? This is my one of my wild predictions. I don't think Joe Biden survives till the end of this term. I think he dies before the end of this next presidential term. I don't think he makes it to 86. Just looking at him, he's fallen off the cliff. Some people, 80 is the age where I know a lot of people that are in their 60s and 70s, and they look great, and they're active, and they're sharp. But when you get to 80 is the hard brick wall. Almost everybody really starts to fall off at 80. 80 is the tough. There's this, no matter how healthy, sharp, intelligent of a person they are, at 80, it really starts to catch up with them. I know 70-year-olds that are spry, but 80 is where you got to start slowing down, And even Bernie Sanders is, still is slowing down a little bit. But with Joe Biden, I mean, honestly, it was like he ran into a wall going 100 miles an hour. He is falling off a cliff. He is splattering on the wall. He looks terrible. I don't think he makes it to 86.
We do see evidence that there's still strong winds at the surface level, and just to paint a grand picture of what we're seeing here, I'll let Josh kind of stay focused in on these individual homes, but to paint a grand picture, to see the smoke coming from the Eaton fire now kind of crossing over the smoke from the Palisades fire, it creates just an apocalyptic sight that is unbelievable to see right now.
Gabe, thank you very much. Philip Palmer, along with Giovanna Lara, we are now replacing the morning team and all their incredible work that they have been doing through the morning. Again, Gabe Santos in Air 7, along with Scott Reif. He is in Air 7. Carlos Granda is in Altadena. But right now, we want to go to Jaysha Patel because she is also in Altadena and has been there all morning long, has seen so many horror stories, people trying to put out their own homes because fire resources are stretched so thin. Jaysha, we see the devastation right behind you, but at least that fire has been put out, which is beneficial to the people around them.
The real estate douche deleted his Twitter. Avoid taxes as a professional landlord. Beg for private firefighters to protect your home. Night, night. Well, yeah, of course he deleted his Twitter. He's actually getting attention.
Yeah, right now we're on Meadowbrook Road here in Altadena.
Did I see the French celebration of Le Pen's death? Okay, we may have to cover that later.
First got here, this home right behind me was completely engulfed in flames. This is what's left of it. Firefighters, as soon as they got here, really got to jump on this. They were trying to take those flames out. And let me tell you, the neighbors were trying their hardest to extinguish the fire here. The family actually stopped by not too long ago, the family that lived in this home. I mean, just absolutely heartbreaking to see the mother, their father, the daughter, and the son just all standing here watching their home just completely burned to the ground. I did speak with the family. Let's hear from them right now.
College, come back here every Christmas. It means a lot to me. I mean, home is family, but this hurts, and it hurts seeing the scale of it. I've lived here in the LA area my whole life, 32 years. It's never been this bad. It's apocalyptic.
Seeing the house next to yours completely on fire, there's people desperate, filling up kitchen bowls, trying to extinguish flames so it doesn't spread on either side. What kind of goes through your head?
Should I do that? Where I live in the east side of LA. It's fine, but you never know. This is my neighbor. I should see what's going on.
He's been trying to help you out.
Let me help you out.
So the first guy you heard there, he actually lives next door here. That's not the family that whose house has burned down. I don't think we rolled the right soundbite. But the first guy that you heard from, his name is John. This home that you're looking at right now, he said this is their childhood home. He was afraid it was going to burn down. When he pulled up, I was not live on air. I was helping him load up paintings that he was trying to save that his grandma had painted. I was helping him put it in the car because he was so afraid that the fire from this house that is completely burned down.
Wait, Oklahoma is trying to ban renewable energy? I hate government regulations. That's why I want to prevent you from building a windmill on your own land. You know what this reminds me of, chat? I'm going to be... I'm sorry, chat. I've got to... Okay, we're talking about politics now. We're talking about politics now. I'm sorry. I can't. This is true.
You called the Republican Party the most dangerous organization on earth.
In human history. There has never, it's an outrageous statement, and when I said it, I said, look, this is a very outrageous statement, but is it true? But
you're rating them worse than the Kim Jong-un of North Korea or ISIS, who are very...
Is ISIS dedicated to trying to destroy the prospects for organized human existence?
Right, is that bad, the Republican
What
Party?
does it mean to say not only we're not doing anything about climate change, but we're trying to accelerate the race to the precipice?
And you don't entertain the possibility that they may be genuine in their belief that this is...
Doesn't matter whether they genuinely believe it or not. But if the consequence of that is let's use more fossil fuels, let's refuse to subsidize developing countries, if that's the consequence, that's extremely dangerous.
And with that in mind, chat, the growing push to ban renewable energy in Oklahoma. Not like, hey, we're not going to subsidize it. hey, you know, we're not gonna put taxpayer dollars to make it easier. We're not gonna change regulations to make it easier, but to ban renewable energy in Oklahoma. Now, if you don't know if you're not from America, Oklahoma is probably one of the best places in the entire world to build a windmill. It's flat, low productivity soil. It's literally windy, barely any hills. It is probably one of the best places in the entire world on land to build a goddamn windmill. So a windmill in Oklahoma makes buku bucks. So not only is it not need subsidies, it is something that makes money economically already. So what are the Republicans trying to do? You're making money with renewables? We're going to ban renewables. Good thing we cut the fire department funding by $23 million while increasing the police department budget by $138 million. The cops will shoot at the fire. Yeah, I read that earlier, but it is worth reading again. There's a nascent concerted effort to make Oklahoma the first state to ban new renewable energy projects, and it's picking up steam. Incredible.
Was going to spread to his home. His fire alarm was going off. He was very afraid, very frantic. So just hearing from some people in this area in Altadena and other areas, you can just see the desperation in people's voices, you know, to see these homes burned down, to see their items laying everywhere. It really makes you think what was going through their head when everything was happening. We also have video
case against
of the
ban
neighbors on the other side here.
Look at this.
They were trying.
Like, this is your brain on the Republicans. Oklahoma enacted the Energy Discrimination Elimination Act in 2022. It allows the state treasurer to create a list of banks that don't support the oil and gas industry and then ban state agencies and pensions from doing business with them.
Their best to try to save as many homes as possible. I mean,
so
there was a woman in a red hoodie. She had literally a kitchen bucket or a kitchen bowl. She was trying to water it with a hose, and she was bringing it over. She was trying to extinguish the flame. She was hoping it was going to spread to her house. The word that really comes to mind here, you guys, is resilient. When you see neighbors show up who don't even live on this street to help the folks here battle the flames on their home. I mean, it is just absolutely heart-touching. It's also heartbreaking that so many people, even, you know, in the wake of devastation, even though their homes are burned to the ground, that they're trying to help others save their homes. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jaysha, thank you. Those are just heartbreaking images.
And yeah, that's what I was pointing out.
Looking at similar images throughout the last 24 hours. It's been a terrible, terrible day for us.
It has affected so many people. You will be hard pressed to find a person not touched by loss.
Absolutely.
Because of these 4 fires that are burning all across Southern California, the Palisades, the Eaton fire, and now we have a fatal
Standing
fire
by. The
in
people
Eaton,
there, you can see them in coats. That's because
it's just,
when
it
they
is
came
going
in
to affect a lot of
the
people.
Condolences.
We want to check in with Rob McMillan. Rob, if you can hear us, we understand you are also at the Eaton fire.
Correct. We're here reporting along Grand Avenue. This is on the border of Monrovia and Duarte. Technically, this is Monrovia, and you can see this is the eastern flank of that.
Okay, we're going to go over to Fox 11.
People, not just Rick Caruso, are questioning why the city of Los Angeles was not better prepared for something of this magnitude. Rick Caruso spoke with you last night, and I don't know if with you or a separate interview, but I did read an article where he basically compared the situation to a third world country, which, I mean, that is very telling. So Rick Caruso, of course, a well-known businessman, former mayoral candidate, he has a lot of questions right now.
He does, and a lot of those questions are being picked up, especially by some of the conservative media in a big way. Elon Musk tweeted out a clip of our interview this morning to his 26 million followers, and that's getting a lot of attention. Some of these questions about what happened. President Trump, or President-elect Trump, posting on his Truth Social platform, wondering why there wasn't more water and blaming Governor Newsom for what happened here. So usually disasters are a time of people coming together, but we see a lot of people pointing fingers. Governor Newsom sort of pointing fingers at Trump yesterday in his briefing, saying that Newsom, or that Biden gave him the funding automatically where Trump is potentially putting restrictions on him. So you're seeing some of the political finger pointing, and who knows if Caruso wants to run for mayor or governor, and that might be part of this too. But there's clearly a lot of frustration about those images, though, of last night, and we saw it, our crews saw it, of some of these fire hydrants not working because there just wasn't water, and questions about how did that happen. Hopefully, going forward, you know, the idea of disaster relief can be a bipartisan thing, because it doesn't matter, the fire wasn't just going after Democratic houses or Republican houses. I mean, this is impacting everybody. Everybody's breathing this air today, and hopefully we do get a sense of unity going forward, but we do see a lot of that political division evidence, certainly in social media right now.
Absolutely. A wider discussion will be had. Right now, we're just trying to get through the emergency situation, that's for sure.
That's right, and you really think about all the victims and feel for all of those people who have lost homes and properties and cars, for this matter, and now are displaced, and that's going to take a lot of money in terms of rebuilding and home insurance rates, car insurance
grocery
rates,
stores,
everything. There's a domino effect in all of this, and that's certainly going to impact our economy
really cool.
and personal economies of every single family impacted by this.
And that's been a huge issue, Sandra, and that's hopefully something else maybe we can get some clarity at this briefing today. Insurance, fire insurance in California, a lot of companies dropping people from their plans because insurance companies basically deeming it too high a risk to insure people. There's a lot of people who lost their homes who don't have insurance. And so what do they do? Where do they go? And should there be changes in terms of the insurance policies going forward? Because as we know, this isn't going to be the last fire. This isn't going to be the last wind event like this. We're not even
basically insurance companies have insurance companies. Do you guys know about this? It's called reinsurance. So it's insurance companies have insurance companies, and the insurance companies of insurance companies, they have calculated that some places are just uninsurable, and so they just refuse to offer reinsurance to those insurance companies, and the insurance companies don't provide insurance without reinsurance, and so they end their insurance themselves. The purpose of reinsurance is to spread the risk of catastrophic events among, you know, the nation more as a whole. But places like California and places like Florida are losing the ability to get reinsurance.
In the field, we have numerous reporters all across the area. But Bob, with the latest on the Woodley fire that just erupted this morning in the Sepulveda Basin.
Yeah, we heard about this fire from that press conference that we attended at 8 o'clock this morning that brought together county and city leaders. They had announced that this Woodley fire had broken out at around 6:30 this morning, and we came out here to check it out because they were calling it a major fire, a fourth fire. And here's what we're looking at right now. This is some actually pretty good news here. When it broke out at 6:30 this morning, they called this at 75 acres. They hit it pretty hard, and they're actually backtracking on that now, saying that this has burned some 30 acres, and firefighters hit this very hard, very quickly, and they were able to sort of contain it to this short area here. It's being called the Woodley fire because this is happening in the Sepulveda Basin near Woodley and Burbank. And one of the big concerns is, of course, this is very close to a highly populated area near the 405 and the 101, so really close to the San Fernando Valley and all of these neighborhoods surrounding here. And with the winds that we had here this morning, there was a huge concern for spot fires. The good news from what I can glean here, and some of the police officers here on the scene were saying that the firefighters got here pretty quickly. They were able to basically contain it, and I'm just using that word contain, but to keep it, to confine it to this area. And there wasn't, the vegetation here was mostly grass and not as many trees, and so there weren't as many spot fires that were produced as a result of that. So as it stands right now, it does look like they have a handle on this situation, but obviously they've got crews out here to make sure that they're putting out any hot spots to prevent this from spreading any further. One of the really big concerns that they have, of course, is the resources. What kind of resources do they have to fight this fire? One of the things they talked about this morning was the lack of personnel. So to have yet another fire, a fourth fire that is being fought out here, would definitely stretch that resource even even further, but it looks like they can start dedicating other resources to other areas, including the Palisades fire, which continues to be the biggest fire that is being fought at this hour. So it is a difference here, I will tell you, as we stand out here in the Sepulveda Basin, and the sun we could see somewhat shining there, even in downtown LA with all of the smoke that we saw from the Eaton fire. It was very dark, a shroud over the downtown area, and it was very dark. It almost felt like a different part of the day. So the good news is we don't see very large plumes of smoke here, and it does look like firefighters for now have a handle on this. I did, by the way, as I sent it back to you, did talk to Councilwoman Tracy Park, who represents that area in the Palisades, and she talked specifically about that issue of water resources, and the DWP was very defensive this morning about that situation and said even though Rick Caruso had mentioned that the reservoir was not filled completely, they said all of the tanks prior to this were filled completely, that they knew that this was coming and made sure that those tanks were filled completely, but still this was an unprecedented event, and the amount of usage there during that time just depleted all of the water in a rapid, in a short amount of time, and because all the hoses were on, they weren't giving the velocity that they might have needed to fight that fire, and very quickly they said some of those water resources were replenished. The problem is, Tracy Park was saying, is that we have known about this for a long time. Why is the infrastructure not kept up with the times right now, with the amount of people that are living in this area? This is still a really big concern moving forward, that we don't have the infrastructure in place to handle situations like this.
A lot of big questions, and certainly that discussion will continue after we get through these events. Thank you so much, Bob. And what a difference just a few miles makes north of you in the San Fernando Valley, where the Hearst fire is right now. So clearly where Bob is, a very different scene.
Things
blue
can
skies.
change on a dime.
Yep, that's right.
The point that Bob just...
By the way, chat, some data is finally starting to emerge after the election. AP Votecast just did a study of the 2024 electorate, and they found that Biden 2020 to Trump 2024 voters was 2.5 million people. So that's the people that flipped from voting to Biden to voting for Trump. And Biden 2020 voters who stayed home in 2024 was 19 million. As we will see, America didn't swing rightward, but couchward. The popular vote result was almost entirely a collapse in support for Harris and Democrats, not an increase in support for Trump and MAGA. Trump was more popular this year than 4 years ago, while Harris was significantly underperformed by 2020. Most of Harris's losses were due to anti-MAGA surge voters staying home. She lost the most ground in deep blue urban areas where the dangers of a second Trump administration seemed most remote. About 19 million Americans who cast ballot for Biden in 2020 did not vote in 2024. Anti-MAGA surge voters stayed home because they were less alarmed by a second Trump administration than they were 4 years ago. And there you have it. The campaign tried to run the 2008 playbook in a country where partisan defections are 20% lower than they were back then. And as I said, I predicted this. I said, man, I wish someone had seen this coming. Harris has completely fumbled by turning to the right and has totally cratered her support among young people and black people. Pathetic and deserved. Her early surge was entirely with young people and people of color on hopes that she would represent progressive change. Her entire campaign since then has been spitting in progressive faces, and thus she will lose. This is data from right after the dropout proving it. And I've said swung to the couch. I've literally said that. I think I may have said that to Sam Cedar, didn't I? That phrase is literally what I said. Oh, look, the Taliban. Hey guys, chat, the Taliban. They made a clip for me where I said it was Sam Cedar. Thanks, Taliban. You're making me look even smarter. Thank you, Taliban.
You know, that didn't show up. Didn't show up or voted for Trump, swung to Trump. About 90% of the people that are missing are people that just didn't show up. They swung to the couch.
Right.
That just feels... Oh, thanks, Taliban. Thanks, Taliban. Looks like that's exactly what happened. Thanks for proving me right again on politics. Anyway, you should go back to sex pesting some 30 viewer streamer. And that my analysis is completely and utterly borne out by reality. Do you understand? Like, I think when I say stuff like this, some of people here don't really recognize just how insane that prediction was of the analysis. And now that it comes out and I'm exactly correct, like, do you understand like how insane seeing that ahead of time was? Like, I know it seems like I pat myself on the back, but it's like, no, I had everything completely correct in the most possible way. Like, I couldn't have been more right ahead of time. It's like not possible to be more right. All right, let's get back to the fires.
At least weakening enough to where we'll notice. As we continue the models, there is a little round of stronger winds as we get to the end of the week and the weekend. Still, though, these winds are coming out of the northeast, so they're still drying out the vegetation out there even more.
Guys, everybody else was calling me. They were saying, like, when I predicted 49 out of 50 states right, Hassan said that I was just the flip side of other people who were like saying that Kamala Harris is going to win every swing state. I think Editor Mentum have her winning everyone, right? But do you understand? Like, no, other leftists were not correct. I was the only one. Like, there's very few people that thought, like, Kyle Kulinski thought she had it in the bag. You know, majority reports thought she, like, no, actually, leftists were not right too early. Mike was right too early. All right, chat, look at this. Current air quality in Los Angeles. Very unhealthy.
Healthy it is, so a lot of red dots, orange dots. That means very hazardous for you, not just for those with any respiratory issues.
Was it 49 out of 51 states? It was 50 out of 51 if you're including DC as a state.
For all of us. So try to limit
Why did I attack Hassan? I didn't attack Hassan. I just pointed out that he said my prediction was ridiculous.
Outdoor activity. Try to stay indoors, of course, and stay safe. This red flag warning has been extended now. It was due to expire today. However, it's been extended through at least tomorrow. So the fire danger is still going to be with us with this particularly dangerous situation with critical fire danger still with us. Relative humidity values could lower to the teens and even single digits. So anywhere in this map here, we could be asked to evacuate. So this is why we say, even if you're not where the fires are right now, have that ready, set, go fire plan in place. Make sure you have your bag and be ready to go if you're asked to go. The good news.
I'll show you the clip just so you understand why I'm patting myself on the back.
Michael from Pennsylvania's prediction is Nevada, Arizona, done deal. North Carolina, Georgia, done deal. PA and Michigan also goes to done. I think this is like literally, this is basically the reverse of this.
Micah's cooking. She's toast. He gives PA red. That shocks me. Yeah, no shit. If you want to go into the, I don't know if we can now see the, I don't know if we can see the VOD anymore, but.
News is, as I said, at around
with that, I'm going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10.
Anybody who thinks that Hassan is incredibly normal toward me, which is great. Like, Hassan understands that if I disagree with him, it comes from a place of slightly different analysis, or I have a different emphasis on some information or that I have, and it's not personal, and he'll never get offended by that. Like, it's fine because he's like a smart guy who knows good faith. It comes from political science autism. He respects it. That's why I respect Hassan.
Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President,
It's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maroney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east.
Where does the county start?
The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton Fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton Fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton Fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Oh my God, he's so old. He's so old. Old. Look at him. Look at him. His mouth is hanging open.
Governor asked for a declaration.
Does he have audio?
Folks, the fact is...
By the way, can I just pause it for a second here? And Gavin Newsom and his dumb fucking jacket that he wears, trying to act cool with the fucking bear, the oversized bear. Like, it's like the same style as an oversized polo shirt. You know what I mean? Like, can we stop with this shit? Gavin Newsom, like, only Californians would ever elect someone like Gavin Newsom. It's like only somebody whose like brain was under pressure from like too much Botox would elect Gavin fucking Newsom. It's like his main constituency is the victims on the reality television show Botched. Who the fuck would vote for this guy? He's the type of guy who walks into a used car lot and they're like, who's this greasy fuck? It's incredible.
Directed DOD, Department of Defense to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard. 4 more are coming from Northern Command. 10 Navy helicopters, water departments are coming down. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to take these fires and to help them construct them. Make sure that that can go a hell of a long way.
town, it's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since.
Notice that when rich people's homes catch on fire, the president is there. He's there immediately. They dig him out of fucking Camp David or whatever the fuck. I can't. Oh my God, Joe Biden is gonna be. We're never gonna talk about Joe Biden again. Like, Joe Biden is gonna leave office, and you know, other than being a genocidal war criminal, he's just gonna have no influence whatsoever. Like, no one's ever gonna go and go like, what does Joe Biden think? You know what I mean? Like, that's never, ever, ever, ever gonna happen. He's gonna have zero influence. None whatsoever. It'll be like he never even existed. I hope he tries to put out a book. I wonder if the book would sell 5,000 copies, like worldwide. Like, no one would buy it. No legacy, no support. Even the oligarchs don't like him. What's this? You're over under him dying the second they stop pumping it with speed?
Minute of this incident, it's only $6 a month. Less than 24 so hours ago.
Why is there audio shit?
It's astounding what's happening. The only one thing we did is my son was out there anyway.
All right, so let's talk about some of the fires. We start with the Palisades fire.
That's right. Gigi Graciet has been live all morning long. She's changed her location in and around that area. Gigi, where are you now, and what can you show us?
You know, because there are so many fires, so many homes, so many businesses that are still burning right now, we have no number on the number of structures and homes lost yet because damage assessment teams have not been able to get into these neighborhoods. But I can tell you that number is going to be extremely high all morning long. We have gone block by block and seen the devastation from the Palisades fire. You are looking live. This is the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates Park. I don't see a single mobile home that survived the fire here. It seems to be a total loss. This is so reminiscent of 2008 when we were at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. Mario Ramirez has been there covering that. We were there when 497 mobile homes burnt to the ground. This park is smaller, but I don't see a single mobile home that has survived this fire. The devastation is absolutely overwhelming, and truly our heart breaks for the folks who called this place here on Pacific Coast Highway an amazing view directly across the street from the beach home. And I want to show you with photographer Tony Butita that dark plume of smoke. You can see how high the winds are continuing to blow here at the Palisades fire. This is one of two, possibly even three black plumes of smoke as the fire continues to burn in neighborhoods. According to our map, that is a residential area up there. And it appears homes are still burning. And if you pan off to the right, Tony, you can see another black plume of smoke coming over from those residential neighborhoods where houses continue to burn. The devastation, again, as one LA City fire official.
You know what this reminds me of? Have you ever seen the the spin-off from Walking Dead? You guys know what I'm talking about? The LA based spin-off of The Walking Dead. Do you guys know what I was talking about? What is it called? Fuck. Fear the Walking Dead. Yeah, they had a scene where the Air Force bombed LA. That's honestly what this looks like. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, this has 5 pixels. Is there a better version of this?
Careful.
They bombed LA. Honestly, this looks worse.
Video that we're watching with you of homes and livelihoods just completely destroyed.
Oh, thanks for the
and
level.
definitely our hearts go out.
Everybody.
It's just, it never gets easy covering something like this with the devastation so widespread. And looking at this picture now that she's leaving us with, you know, the American flag still standing despite it all.
Yeah, very symbolic. You kind of get goosebumps, right?
Yeah.
And you need that little boost of strength. I also want to mention, we keep talking about and how grateful we are to the first responders and these men and women who run to danger. It's just, you know, it's overwhelming. I also want to mention their families, because I'm in contact with a friend of mine whose husband is a firefighter, and she was telling me the last communication she had with him was yesterday. They spoke at noon, and she hasn't really spoken to him since. He was sending some videos in the evening, and then his phone died, and that's been it. And so she's with a group of other wives or other husbands, you know, other spouses who are kind of in this waiting game, waiting to hear back from their loved ones who are in the danger zone. So we certainly thank the firefighters, the first responders, but we also thank their families, because it is something they all sign up for.
Yeah, that's got to be agonizing to just wait for news on your loved one like that. And not just first responders and their families, but also, I mean, some of the residents who have been cut off from communication in these areas too, because a lot of these areas have lost power completely.
And that's right.
Anyone here from Hassan? Okay, calm down. We love Hassan here. He went outside playing basketball?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Hell World, the hell that is sunny Los Angeles, California.
He should not,
wildfires are happening.
He should not do that. The air quality is so poor, he's going to get sick. He should not go outside and play basketball. You're going to get sick.
Right now, it's pretty crazy. Palisades is on fire. Malibu's on fire. I'm in
that shit goes in your blood, man. Don't do that.
West Hollywood, so it's not as bad, which means that we are not in a mandatory level 3 evacuation zone, or even...
Why does this... Okay, there. I'm going to ask this question. How come Hassan has like a very different way he carries himself when he does like a recording? Am I wrong? He does it in a very stilted way. I'm sorry. I'm mad. I'm being an asshole, but like, what is he? Like, is he rising up? Like, what's happening?
Even a... What's up, everybody?
Like, is this what it's like to go on a date? Like, what is this face? Like, what is happening? He would never make this face on stream. Is his Instagram thirst trap voice? Is he mewing right now? Like, what is happening? Is this Hassan acting? What is happening? Okay, see if I'm crazy. See if I'm crazy.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to California. Wildfires are happening right now.
It's like he's also lowering the register of his voice. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Hell World. This is sunny Southern California. Hey. I'm gonna start doing that. Do you think that's a good idea? Should I do that? Should I start talking like this a little bit more? Like, hey guys, what's up? It's Mike from PA here. We are live once again. Should I do that? All right, I'm not making fun of him. I'm laughing with him.
Now it's pretty crazy. Palisades is on fire. Malibu's on fire. I'm in West Hollywood, so it's not as bad, which means that we are not in a mandatory level 3.
Okay. Look at the eyebrow action here. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to watch this on, but look at the eyebrow action here. What's going on? What's happening? Come on.
Wildfires are happening right now. It's pretty crazy. Palisades is on fire. Malibu's on fire.
I've watched 10,000 hours of Hassan in my life, probably. That's not something I'm ashamed of that number, but it's probably true. Okay, and I've never seen his eyebrows do this once on stream.
I'm in West Hollywood, so it's not as bad, which means that we are not in a mandatory level 3 evacuation zone, or even a level 2 evacuation zone. Even though everything is orange, it's very Dune-like. And this morning I had the brilliant idea of going out to play basketball and also take Kaya to the park, because I needed to, you know, get a little bit of a lift in, because the gym was obviously closed. And now I feel like that maybe wasn't the best idea, because
it wasn't.
I feel like I inhaled a lot of...
You're not supposed to inhale the
cold.
Fire!
That's what it feels like to me right now. Also, quick shout out to Karen Bass for cutting the fire department spending by $20 million in this past year and increasing the police department spending instead. Now, obviously, it's a tiny, minuscule percentage of the overall budget, but, you know, it's good to set our priorities straight.
He really is our himbo, isn't it? Actual Jared, thank you for the 5-2. He is our himbo. I read the air quality shit earlier today, chat, and it was like, it said very unhealthy. What is it now? Oh, it's even worse. It's now saying breathing at high levels of nitrogen oxide has gone up as well. That's now in poor. Particulate matter is now very unhealthy for large particulates and very fine particulates. Fine particulate matter are inhalable pollutant particles with a diameter less than 2.5 micrometers that can enter the lungs and bloodstream, resulting in serious health issues. The most severe impacts are on the lungs and heart. Exposure can result in coughing or difficulty breathing, aggravated asthma, and the development of chronic respiratory disease. Somebody give me the himbo link again. Where is my himbo link? I need my himbo link back. Thank you, chatters.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to, get a little bit of a lift in, because the gym was obviously closed, and now I feel like that maybe wasn't the best idea, because I have I feel like I inhaled a lot of coal. That's what it feels like to me right now. Also, a quick shout out to Karen Bass for
it feels like I inhaled a lot of coal. You did! Particles that are larger than 2.5 micrometers can be deposited in airways, resulting in health issues. Exposure can result in eye and throat irritation, coughing, or difficulty breathing, and aggravated asthma. More frequent and excessive exposure can result in more serious health effects. That's exactly what happened. Why the fuck would you go outside to exercise during a goddamn wildfire? What are you doing? God damn it. Currently, we are in very unhealthy air. If you go to West Hollywood, it's nearing on dangerous air. Very unhealthy air says health effects will be immediately felt by sensitive groups and should avoid outdoor activity. Healthy individuals are likely to experience difficulty breathing and throat irritation. Consider staying indoors and rescheduling outdoor activities. Our himbo is normal. LA smog is like poor. Normal LA smog is usually between it. LA is actually improving the air quality. It usually pings between fair and poor. So very unhealthy is pretty rare. Like they've been doing their best. Okay. Hassan's eyebrows. I wish I had eyebrows like that. Mike, I fixed it. Outside our window, it's close, but we're safe for now. And wind is blowing away from us. Hassan for sure will play basketball. H3. Can you imagine H3 is sitting there plotting our demise, and then Hassan just plays basketball?
Right, we are showing you a live picture of the
homeowners who lost everything, and I'll never forget meeting one woman, and she was sifting through the ashes.
I know Hassan will be streaming when the nukes drop, but will you? Is it my streaming time? Ethan Klein has his home surrounded by wildfire. Hassan must pay. Yeah, it's not good, folks. No one wants to bomb any area with the sheets. It's not worth it. You motherfuckers, you post at me like I don't know where the nukes are going to drop already. You think of all the people in the world that if you want to know where the nukes drop, I'm the person to ask. I know where the nukes are going to drop. We've talked about this so many times on this stream. I can't believe. I know exactly where they're going because it's not like it's secret. Here you go. This is according to the civil defense. The government put out civil defense predictions of nuclear strikes on every state. This is their Pennsylvania prediction. So as long as you're not in Harrisburg, Williamsport, Erie, Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh might actually become the capital of the United States because it does get hit by outer rings, but it might survive. The problem is it's kind of bracketed by nukes, so it's probably going to get bad fallout. So I don't know. Altoona is safe, and so is but again, the same thing, bracketing. But hold on, I have one for California. I just have to find it. I think I posted it a long time ago. Let's see if I can find it. I used to have all 50 states, but I don't remember where I put them. I feel like I posted California once upon a time. Oh, here we go. I posted some of them. Here's one. Let's just say Los Angeles doesn't do too hot. LA gets hit by like 40, I think. I don't remember. I have to count. So when people are like, fuck Russia, We should fight a war with Russia. What are they going to do? Nuke us? My favorite one is North Dakota. North Dakota gets the business, as they say. That's another good one. I mean, obviously Texas, right? Corpus Christi, El Paso, Wichita, Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, Austin, San. These are what the U.S. government's predictions are of a full strategic nuclear exchange. Did I post New York? Yeah. Strategic. The reason why they call it strategic is because you're attacking the nation itself rather than just military equipment, you know. Tennessee, just for giggles. What else did I post? What else did I post? Oh, yeah. Missouri. Whatever you see kind of like these big smears, this is like strategic. There's some sort of like, usually some sort of missile field or some sort of like other strategic nuclear ICBM station. You know, silos, other equipment. So the Ruskies are just planning on completely blanketing these places with space nuclear bombs as a way to try to prevent counterstrikes. They're not going to nuke major cities. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They have thousands of nukes. They're planning on nuking civilian populations. This is Florida. This is Florida, in case there's some Floridians. Why bother shooting where the nukes are? Because you'll limit the damage. Because if you can knock out even a percentage of the nuclear weapons, then the number of nukes deployed against you will go down, right? So you're more likely, that's the logic. It won't work. That's why they call it mutually assured destruction. Stop the fear-mongering? What do you mean? This is just reality. What are you talking about? This is just reality. This is why we don't like war. We shouldn't fight wars with China and Russia, because God knows some shit could escalate out of control. Maybe somebody sees they see some rockets and they misattribute it to like some other, they think, or some early warning system malfunctions or whatever the fuck. You don't know. And then this is Iowa. Oh, no, sorry, this is Arkansas. Do I have one of Colorado? Yeah, Colorado gets the business pretty bad. These are just old ones I posted once upon a time. I don't know if I posted any more. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure if I searched these images, you could find more of them. Anyway, back to the fire that's burning us all down.
Areas, that's where we're seeing the strongest of those wind gusts. Watch as we put this into motion in the timestamp here. It starts at around noontime. It's still pretty strong out there. As we fast forward to the afternoon and then early evening, it does weaken a little bit. And that's the good news. I am expecting the wind warnings to either be downgraded or expire at 6 p.m. tonight. That being said, the winds will still be gusty in those usual wind-prone areas, and the red flag warnings have actually been extended through tomorrow, so the fire danger will still be with us. In fact, the rest of the week, the offshore flow, those gusty Santa Ana winds will be much weaker. That being said, however, it doesn't take much of a wind when we're talking about already such dry conditions outside, and we have these fires that are still burning out of control. So we're going to continue that fire danger.
Oh, I found a website that has them. Okay, I think I found the website. What state? Somebody wanted me to do Wisconsin just for fun. Why not? Oh, here we go. I think Rhode Island gets it bad. I remember maybe it wasn't Rhode Island, but it was either Rhode Island or Connecticut gets deleted. Yeah, Rhode Island gets completely deleted. It's like one of the worst. There's nowhere that's safe. I don't know why people think you would be safe. You would not be safe. It's called global thermonuclear war. You know? Like, you wouldn't be safe. You'd be dead. And if you did survive the immediate blast, here's South Dakota. I'll be safe. Bullet to the brain and safe from the nuke. So true, brother. They even nuke Sioux Falls. Why not? What's another funny one? There's always Virginia chatters, right? Did you see James Woods crying on CNN? No. Can you link it to me immediately?
I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk up these hills. It's like Mount Everest there. It's like, pretty steep. So, it's just I posted this on X, but Sarah was on with her 8-year-old niece last night. And she came out. I'm sorry. Just, one day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone. But she came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, James Woods, we all hope that you will be able to rebuild your house, maybe starting with that little
James Wood is like a super conservative freak.
You're okay, and your wife is okay.
I'm sorry,
you have your lives. Yeah, no, I mean, this is real and it's raw.
I thought I
and
would
you,
be stronger than this.
You don't need, you are, you know what? Strength is not measured by whether, you hold in crying or not. Strength is what you are doing.
Well, he's a conservative. Of course he thinks that is.
Shining a light on the great, amazing work of all those firefighters and emergency crews out there. You have so much strength, and we appreciate you coming on to reflect what so many others just like you are experiencing in that raw emotion right now. We wish you the best, you and your wife, as you rebuild your lives. So many people are doing that right now and trying to process what's going on. So, James, and also keep us posted on your 94-year-old neighbor and everything going there. We're going to continue to talk, and we wish you the very best.
Okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
They found him. He's in the hospital.
He's okay. Yeah.
I just worry. If anybody knows where Robert Trinkteller is, call me. Let me know. All right.
That's an important message. And also there's this app that's really important.
I don't know. I mean, if you're a hyper conservative who says global warming is fake, like, this fire is not from climate change, you ignorant assholes, because liberal idiots like you elect liberal idiots like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. The one doesn't understand the first thing about fire management, the other still can't fill the water reservoirs. Lesson unlearned. Lessons completely unlearned.
And what I'm looking at today is a
plan in place, have your supply kit. We talked about the 6 Ps. Your life is the most important, your family, your pets, but get the paperwork ready, get the passports, your important prescriptions,
the plastic,
and make
credit
sure
cards, debit cards,
exactly
cash.
Just do it now, especially if you're not impacted directly by these fires. You have to be ready, because we're all under the red flag warning, and a large part of us still under the high wind warnings. Here's the 7-day. We've got a couple of really windy, breezy days, and then a little bit of a break, I think, Friday, Saturday. We might even get a little bit of an onshore flow, which would bring some moisture. However, the prevailing winds will still be offshore, still going to be fire danger through the weekend, but then the increase in winds and the potential for another round of gusty Santa Anas next week, Monday and Tuesday. So, guys, I wish I could tell you the rainstorm was headed our way, but there isn't one. So we have to stay vigilant. Okay, stay safe out there.
So we have an update on the acreage that's burned in Pacific Palisades, 11,800 acres. 11,800
acres. This is up from a little more than 5,000 acres just a few hours ago.
I was just thinking, this time yesterday we were at what, 200 maybe?
Yes, 200 in this hour. Do you remember what Captain Scott Eric said, that in the first 20 minutes it's so crucial of a fire under these weather conditions? And it happened exactly as he said. If you don't control it in those first 20 minutes, it grows exponentially. And it went from 20 to 200.
And the overnight hours are just terrifying for everyone, because of the fact that the aerial assets you see right here with that amazing water drop, they were unable to fly overnight with those severe windy gusts of wind, and obviously the visibility so poor. So it was just, it was a free-for-all in terms of the fire just spreading, and there's nothing that could be done about it. It was just, they're out of control.
Big problem where Gigi was too in the Palisades.
Also, when you release the water, it significantly changes the way the plane flies, because less mass equals more lift. So then, so you have to, and plus you have to accurately drop the water. Pretty crazy stuff. Mike Hassan just checked his air quality and it's 347. Our hibbo, bro. No! I can't believe he damaged his lungs and heart like that. Bro, he just smoked the equivalent of like a carton of cigarettes. Bro.
We lost our home. I think there's 187 homes in this park that have been lost. And as we were talking about a little bit earlier, we have each other, we have our family, we have our dog, we're healthy, but the devastation and what I'm looking at today is a scar on the memories of so many amazing times I've had here with my family. And
by the way, 347 air quality is firmly in the dangerous area. Oh, did it lower? Did it get better? Did the wind help? Or is this like broken?
we had to come by one last time and just really see for ourselves
Did I get a
how
baby
horrendous this is.
And you and I were talking about, you luckily have insurance. A lot of folks that you know here in this park do not have insurance.
Yes.
And you and I were also talking about a great misconception that everybody who lives in the Palisades area.
I just checked the phone. I just checked. My phone says air quality 368 hazardous. Oh. Which is worse than yesterday. Oh.
Area. I mean, you have to be rich. You have to be a millionaire to live in front of the beach.
That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. And, you know, we're fortunate enough to have another house. But I've been fortunate enough to...
She says, you have to be a millionaire to live in front of the beach. And he says, no, that's not true. I'm fortunate to have another house. Not a millionaire, by the way.
To make so many wonderful friends here that could barely afford their payment, let alone to pay for insurance. So I don't know what's going to happen to them. And I'm sad.
That doesn't mean they're not a millionaire. Just because you're cash poor doesn't mean you're poor. Just because you're like, you have all your money in one asset doesn't mean you're poor. Like, that's just not the case.
Because this was my
I only have all these gold bars. I've got all these gold bars, but I'm not rich. I can't just go and buy anything I want with cash. I've got these gold bars. Stop calling me rich.
Little neighborhood of real people. These were my local friends that didn't have much, but they had their little...
Have you seen the story about conservatives trying to sue and dox Wikipedia editors for anti-Semitism, aka criticism of Israel? Yes, I did indeed see that. Yeah, fascism is being ushered into America. Your right to freedom of speech is over if you criticize Israel. You can't criticize Israel. It's not allowed. No free speech for Israel criticism.
Mobile home park, and
because they're so obviously in the right. That's why they have to suppress speech, because they're obviously in the right and doing the right thing. And they're not racist at all, and they're not Islamophobic. They're obviously in the right because that's why they censor you, because they're so clearly in the right.
At each other, and it was a lovely community, and, you know, I wish I could afford to
rebuild it for them.
For everybody, but...
And you and I were also talking about something that I've been talking about on our air, because I've seen this happen so many times. And houses can be rebuilt. You can buy another mobile home and put it right there on the same spot if you're lucky enough to have insurance or the money to do so. But it's the little pieces of people's lives, the mementos that can't be really replaced. And you brought that up to me, and I always talk about that because I've spoken to folks like you who've lost their homes, and they always talk about the most innocuous little thing: a teacup, a spoon, an umbrella.
Yeah. I mean, you know, our little thing, Gigi, that we were talking about earlier is we travel, and from every place we travel, we bring a little tchotchke back. So whether we were in Africa or wherever we walk around our house, and not anymore, but I look at this little piece and I say, honey, you remember that trip that we did? Well, now my memory will be up here, and you know, that's the sad part of it, and I still feel fortunate that I'm here. I feel fortunate that my family's doing well, but it breaks my heart that the Palisades is not just the wealthy. It's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens, just a lot of good people. Just really good American people. Just
well, we don't care about them because we don't care about anyone else but ourselves. It won't happen to me. Like, I was gonna say, like, oh, we only care when it happens to us, but it's like, no, we really don't. You're like, James Woods had his house burned down. Did he go, you know, I was wrong about climate change. We should be spending more on fighting fires and preparing ourselves. No, he's like, no, asshole. It wasn't climate change. It's because liberals.
They call the salt of the earth. I just love them.
Andy Rocker, thank you for talking to us. And you mentioned good American people, resilient people. One more time, and you were mentioning it, your wife was pointing at the flag, the American flag. So many people have just stopped and looked at that just for a moment because it's so symbolic of how resilient the folks in Southern California are. You were looking at that flag.
It's a testament
Honestly,
to.
I agree. Honestly, I agree with them. Hold on. No. It's symbolic. It's filthy. It's pockmarked with holes. It's meaningless. It serves no function. It has no action. It doesn't protect anyone. It doesn't clothe anyone. It's not being used to protect anyone. It just sounds there. It just sits there alone, impotent, a symbol of our decay. A symbol of our depravity, a symbol of our delusion. Yeah, it does symbolize it. Resilience, guys.
Who we are, no doubt about it. And I'm so proud to be an American. I'm proud to be an Angelino, and I just hope we get the support and everything we need to rebuild one day. I know that's down the road, but for right now, I just think positive thoughts.
Andy Rocker, thank you very much. Please give our best to your neighbors. We know their heartache. We know the devastation that they're feeling and that they will feel when their homes, when they return here and see that they've lost their homes. We've seen this, sadly, just all too often. I'm going to leave you once again with that shot. The American flag, it is darkened, it is battered, it is bruised, it is blackened by the Palisades fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told, the only two things that survived in this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you ask him about the evacuation process? Obviously, Andy? It was hard for a lot of people to get out, and then how he got back in.
Andy, so our anchors are asking, were you here when the fire broke out? Did you actually have to evacuate, or were you somewhere else?
We were not here. No, we were somewhere else. Our kids were in the neighborhood, like I said, nearby. But
did they evacuate? Because there was a mandatory evacuation. They chose to stay behind. And what was their reasoning?
Their reasoning was,
not very intelligent.
This is Mrs. Andy Rocker. Is it Suzanne?
Rosanna.
What
happened was we all follow each other on.
It's like, can I ask you about your kids? And then the man is just, I mean, like, this is the American straight man in a nutshell, right? Devastating wildfire, destroys your community. And they're like, can I ask you what was going on with your kids? And he's like, they weren't with us. They were over there. They didn't evacuate. And then the woman has to like swoop in and like explain what was happening with the children as they were near death. It's like, bro, come on, man. Like, take a break from your teeth whitening sessions and maybe save your kids from burning to death.
WhatsApp, this whole community.
This is the most Southern Californian man I have ever seen. Like,
Pacific
legitimately.
Palisades Bowl, sorry.
What can you say?
We heard about the fire at about 11:30. We were all on it. And then management did a great job. Around 1 o'clock, they said, we need to evacuate. And through the WhatsApp, that's how we've been staying in communication through this whole entire process. People coming in, taking photos, letting us know what they're seeing, what we're all hearing.
And as far as you know, Rosanna, everyone got out safely.
Yes, that is correct. There's a few people in here that do not have cars, but again, the community came together, picked them up, helped their children come in and get them, anything that we could do. It really is truly a great community where people really this is when true nature comes through and you just see people really bond together, and it's beautiful. And it's we just had to come to see for ourselves because we happened to not be here at the moment, and we just wanted to see the devastation of.
And one of the things when you pulled up on your bicycle, because I know you've sort of been touring around with your husband Andy, one of the things when you pulled up, you said, did you see the American flag? And what does that symbolize to you? Because I think it symbolizes the same thing it did to me. I had the same exact thoughts you did.
We are a nation of survivors. And, I picked one of the lemons off of that tree because if you look at this, and there's actually a beautiful lemon tree that survived the fruits of our nation and our nation. And we're just so proud to be Americans, and we're going to come through this. And, our government's going to help the poor people that live in this community to rebuild.
That's just, I mean, like, this is a liberal in a nutshell. Just blatant cope and hope, There's like, is she gonna do anything to ensure that that happens? Nah, I'll just assume it happens because it sounds right.
Bill that didn't have insurance, because there's a lot of people in here that didn't. We happen to have, but it's we just know that this is like the best nation. You know,
there's one thing Southern Californians is that they're very resilient. We're very resilient.
We are.
Yes, we are. Rosanna, thank you so much for talking to us, Sandy.
Hi to Alex and Marla.
Okay, thank you.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you still have a smile on your face. Andy and Rosanna Rocker, they've lost a home there in the distance, and you can.
Okay, well. Biden 82 admits he may not have lasted another 4 years in office. Is he lasting another week in office? Because from what I saw, it looked like he was about to drop dead. All right, everybody, if you're in Southern California, stay safe out there. Get yourself an air purifier. Stay the fuck out of the air. Stay indoors if you can. Wear a mask if you have to go outside. Jesus fucking Christ. That's going to be it for me today. Sorry we didn't get into more politics, but stay safe. We have in my Discord, we have I think we're trying to start collections for information as far as mutual aid and other services that you may be entitled to get. Make sure if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, you get out when you can. If you're nearby an evacuation zone, I would prepare now. Gather your important paperwork, you know, get yourself a bug out bag ready, and start looking for places that you can go if things hit the fan. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever. Free Palestine. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, assuming the power doesn't fail or some other disaster. I love you all. Stay safe. Solidarity forever, and peace.